Well, hello and welcome and good morning, good afternoon, good evening, wherever you're tuned in around the world. This is the beautiful Paramveer Sporting Complex in Cartersville, Georgia. We're here for another edition of the LPS tournament. And this morning we have on ground number 2 of 4 grounds presently underway. The Dallas Mavericks versus the Canadian 11. And the Mavericks taking first strike here this morning. Of course, this is a 20 over encounter. And you know that 20 over cricket brings a lot of fun and excitement. Already into over number 1, and the Mavericks offer quite a hot start, if I do say so myself, and it is definitely really hot out here in the beautiful state of Georgia. Of course, there's been a lot of weather around for some of our listeners and viewers in Florida. I know you guys have had some of the rain, but it's definitely been nice and hot and sunny out here in Atlanta, Cartersville, Kennesaw, Marietta, Canton, all surrounding areas. At the end of the first over here, and the Mavericks, that hot start, they've scored 11 from their first over. And definitely at that rate, if they continue at that rate, we're looking at a score of in excess of 200. But the Canadian 11, you'd expect that they will be looking at pegging the score back. Of course, the projected score at the moment tells us that it's going to be over 264, in fact. So into the second over. And it is Tejas Patel who will be taking strike for the second over. Path Patel Nasura, the one in the first over, and Yagnish Patel, Jinal Yagnish Patel, the bowler of the first over. And single to end the over. So the score now up to 12. Here's Patel. Nice looking delivery, just tucked away on that leg side, and they'll get another easy one. So this is, as we mentioned, the Paramveer Sporting Complex, and there are 6 playing grounds on this venue. A beautiful, beautiful venue. As you get a look at some of the forested areas just on the outskirts of the facility. And look at the field setting as well. This one a low full toss, not able. Loud appeal here. Did the batter just straddle out of his crease? Of course, we have the benefit of looking at the replay. Did he straddle out of his crease? No, he didn't. So safe by all means. And the first appeal of the morning. And if you have never been to this Cartersville area, this one is struck on the pad, another appeal, but definitely looking like it was going down the leg side, or definitely pitching outside leg. Of course, a little bit difficult for us to tell from our angle, but looking like it pitched outside leg. Although always difficult, those ones with the left arm bowlers over the wicket to right-handed batters. This one flicked away into the leg side. It's gone all the way, one bounce, and another boundary here, carrying the total up to 17 without loss. So Patel and Patel facing up to Patel, and a very common name in and around the clubs that take part in this tournament. So Tejas Patel getting into the act. In fact, it's Parth Patel with a couple of boundaries to get us going. This one just punched back along the ground, and they'll pick up one. It's gone just past the bowler. So 17 now becomes 18. So Parth Patel, the more aggressive of the batters. This one is going to run mighty close. It doesn't get to the boundary, but they'll pick up a couple of runs. The overthrow, and chance possibly of getting that overthrow. Decided against in the end. So another beautiful day here, as mentioned. And get a look at just to the left of our position. That's the team tents. And if you're just joining us, this is another edition of the LPS tournament. And there are 4 venues here at the Paramview Sporting Complex that are presently in use. And all games have begun. Ground number 1 and ground number 2. This is ground number 3 with the Dallas Mavericks and Dallas Mavericks 11 and the Canadian 11. So Ankit Patel with that second over. Now it will be Jinal Patel to continue into his second over. Tejas Patel, who's on strike, is on 4, not out. And Parth Nasura, in fact, who's now come on to strike, he's on 16. The more aggressive of the batters, already a strike rate of 160. As a nice gentle breeze joins us from just across the Smoky Mountains. This one cut away just to that gully region. They won't get any run. Straight to the fielder at the gully position. Of course, there's a T20, so you're inside the power play. The 2 men outside of that 30-yard inner circle, a man on the cover point boundary, and one just in front of me here, just a little bit, about 10 yards away from me, or 10 feet away from me at the long on boundary. Those are your 2 fielders outside. Pretty much a regulation field outside of that. So again, in the air, out the outer half of the bat and down to that, through that gully region. And they'll pick up a couple of runs in the interim. Parth Nasura has moved on rapidly with the scoring. A bit of a false start here. Something that the umpire just was not satisfied with, and just holding up the bowler. In fact, the batter himself was not ready. So 22 without loss into the third over here, halfway through. And coming up just about halfway through the power play. So a short third man point, gully on the offside. This one struck away and has beat that man on the point boundary. In that same gap that I just mentioned, 3 men right within probably 15 yards of each other. The short third, the gully and the point fielder. and he manages to get it through that region and through that gap, and 4 more to the total. So a brisk start here from the Dallas Mavericks 11. Again, just not ready. One of the Canada 11 players just making his way around the boundary behind the bowler. Struck powerfully in the air, and it's gone again. That backward point region is being peppered. Almost as much spice in the opening going here from the Dallas 11. Probably as much spice as I had in a lovely breakfast that was provided for us this morning. So Jinal Patel coming in for a bit of some stick here in the early goings. So the 4th over here now. This one struck onto that leg side. The fielder will come around from square leg, pick up, and just another single here. So Patel Nusura is already on 26. This one struck powerfully in the air, and it's actually caught on the boundary. So the first wicket in the bag, caught at the deep mid-wicket boundary. And after a brisk start, 31 on the board, they have now lost their first wicket, the Dallas 11. First ball of the fifth over played away, and it's going to get to that fielder out there on the cover point boundary. And another single here to the total, so 33 as we get into the fifth over now. And Vivek Patel has come into the attack from the commentary booth end. And the first extra, this one signaled the wide. Just getting his radar wrong on this occasion. You can see even with the wicket keeper, he's taking the ball almost where a regulation second slip would have been. This one dying as it gets through to the wicket keeper. So Tejesh Patel is still there. He's finding the going a little bit difficult. He's now faced some 8 deliveries, and he's going to get a single here. Looking for the second, but it's definitely not on. That fielder at mid-on coming around and doing the fielded. So Tejesh Patel getting off a strike eventually here. He's now faced some 9 deliveries and has only scored 6 runs. Hardik, who's just come to the crease, a run a ball 2, just a couple of deliveries for him. He plays this one out nicely, inside out, over extra cover, and 1 bounce, 2 bounces, a couple of bounces up onto the hill, and 4 nice looking runs there from Hardik. So 39 now for 1. And a bit of a misfield there from the wicketkeeper. Shy of the stumps. He's struck the stumps. But all's well that ends well, as he's well within his crease. You can see there, sneaky single. By the time the stumps were struck, he was well within his crease. And all's well that ends well for Dallas. 40 now. And the scoring rate just under 8.5 to the over. In the air. And it's going to be an easy catch at mid-off, and wicket number 2 in the bag here. So Dallas losing their way a bit after a brisk start, looking probably just playing a little bit across the line, and in the end a simple catch at mid-off. Slightly probably across the line on that occasion, and Hardik has to depart after a lovely inside out shot that brought him 4 runs over extra cover. In fact, it's Tejesh who has to depart. Hardik got that inside out and then that single, and then Tejesh, who struggled a bit. He was 5 from 3 deliveries, but again he was a mere bystander in the early going when Nasura was going guns blazing. So Vivek coming into the attack has dismissed Tejesh, and 6 from 10 deliveries. Not what you would like to see in a T20. You'd prefer a strike rate of up and over 100. Of course, the modern era of cricket, you expect especially the top order batters to have that strike rate somewhere in the 130s, 140s, being that you're batting in the power play. Of course, we're still in the power play. just 5 overs in. This now the 6th over. And Ankit Patel will continue with his 3rd over. He's been good so far. 1 wicket, 10 runs from his initial 2 overs. And he's going to complete the power play here. Just a bit of chatter here. Something the umpire is letting the batters know that he's actually they actually got it wrong there on that occasion. So Hardik trying to pull a fast one, and in the midst of the wicket falling in the previous over, Mittal Patel has come to the crease. Trying to pull a fast one there, the Dallas team. So struck back to the bowler. He's fielded it in the end. So in fact, it's Gunjan Patel who's coming to the bowling lineup. He's coming to the attack. First delivery, a dot ball. All right, on the money. This one struck in the air and it's going to elude that fielder. And in fact, it's a no ball as well. A signal here coming from the umpire. So essentially 7 runs off of no deliveries. He's going to have to bowl that one again. But a lovely looking shot. It just sat up really. And Hardik made no mistake. And pulling this one powerfully over square leg and well over the boundary. Of course, this Paramveer facility, the ground's quite small. Here's the free hit and he's bowled him, but it's a free hit. Of course, with the free hit, you'll always get that batters just swinging for the hills, swinging for the heavens. But a good comeback from Gunjan, putting the ball right on the money. Keeping it simple, really, and hitting the top of off and middle. But to no avail. So already the single and that's 6. In fact, 6 off of the second ball of the over, which was a no ball. Looking for that Yorker length delivery and just squeezed away. Fielder there at the short mid wicket does the cleaning up. Just a couple of minor adjustments to the field. A full toss outside that off stump and well stopped at the short third. They'll still get the single nonetheless. But some good fielding there at short third, getting the body in behind the ball, but a bit of a wayward delivery. And Patel will feel like he's missed out on that one. Full toss outside off stump. Struck on the pad, loud appeal, and a shake of the head from the umpire. Of course, again, left arm bowler over the wicket, right hand batter, and chances are it's going to pitch outside of that leg stump. Of course, we get the chance to look at it again, but the umpire, remember, the umpire has one look at this, and also probably a bit of height involved in that one. Back live, and looking for that Yorker length delivery again, squeezed away onto the leg side, and they'll complete another run. So coming up on the end of the power play here, and the score, in fact it is the end of the power play. There was that extra delivery that was bowled, the free hit, of course, the no ball at the beginning of the over. But at the end of the power play, Dallas have moved on to 48 for 2. So into the 7th over we go, and Vivek Patel will continue. And now that the power play is over, the field can spread. The captain here, however, deciding he's only going to have 3 fielders outside of the inner ring. Come back to that. So it's struck down the ground, and it's going to come right here just in front of us. And another easy single. So the 3 fielders outside of the inner ring, looks like a bit of trouble here for Vivek. Let's see if we can pick up on what happened. There just seems to be in a bit of trouble, the bowler. It just seemed at that last moment, coming off of his run-up, he just seemed to get himself in some trouble. Of course, this Paramview facility, lovely facility, and 6 beautiful grounds, but it is situated just off of the Smoky Mountains here in Georgia. And what tends to happen, especially in the latter half of the year, almost a year round, is that you find that early mornings there is a lot of dew, and the dew is so heavy in these parts that it's almost like if rain fell. So we were scheduled to get started at 9:30 Eastern Standard Time this morning, but we started about an hour late because the grounds, all the grounds were heavy with dew, almost like there was a rainstorm. And what tends to happen is in and around the square as well. And kudos must go out to Chester and the grounds team for getting the playing surfaces back in a ready state. But just off of the square, it just seems to be a little soft sometimes because of the overnight dew and the moisture. Being that again, we're not on the altitude of the Smoky Mountains, but that dew that comes off of the mountains. We got here this morning about 7 o'clock, and you could not notice the fields and the facility too clearly because of the predominance of dew at the facility. So just possibly one of those little soft spots just to the edge of the square, and Vivek just pulling up there. So in the interim though, Vivek has bowled 7 deliveries and only gone for 9 runs, and has picked up that wicket, and looks to be okay for the time being, does Vivek. We'll give the batters a bit of an opportunity to just have a bit of a chat and rethink what's going on, or just reassess what is going on. Well, just go through that scorecard for you so far. Parth Patel was off to a flyer. Parth Patel Nasura was off to a flyer, 26 from 16 deliveries. He gave them that start, and at one point they were going at 13 to the over, then it dropped down to about 11. While he was there, you were thinking probably a total in excess of 200. Tejas Patel has struggled for his 6 off of 10 deliveries. Hardik is there, not out. He's now getting into his work. A strike rate of 155. A lovely pull shot over deep square leg for 6. So a 6 and a 4 so far. He's a 14 from 9 deliveries. And Mittal Patel just coming to the crease. Just so watchful so far. His first 3 deliveries, only scoring 2 runs. And the bowlers, Jinal, 2 overs and none for 22. He's been the expensive one. Ankit, 2 overs, 1 for 10. Vivek, 1.1 overs and 1 for 9. And Gunjan, 1 over, just the 9 runs from it. So he's up and ready to go. And delivery just tucked into the leg side here. And a quick single taken by the pair. So Vivek Patel pulling up with some sort of injuries. Seems to be all right for the moment. One just straying a little bit down the leg side, and it's going to run away close to the fine leg boundary, but it's going to stop. They're going to come back for 2 in the interior. Chance of a run out, and the finger goes up. That's a brilliant piece of fielding at the fine leg region. He had to run probably about 10 yards to get to the ball. The ground is still a bit heavy, and the throw was definitely right on point. And that throw, you can see there the bat not touching down just yet by the time the throw came in. So some wonderful feeling down there at a short fine leg. The throw coming in and another wicket going down here. So after that brisk start that I mentioned, for Dallas, with Pat Nasura getting off the flyer. They're now in a spot of bother here, halfway into the 7th over, and now 3 wickets down with just 50 on the board. And that scoring rate that was up around 12 at one point has now come down to 8 to the over. So Betty Patel, the bowler, completing the over here for Vivek, who pulled up. And he has some 5 deliveries in fact, to complete the over. And on his second delivery, Betty Patel, Mittal Patel, the one run out, pushed away into the offside. And another close opportunity there for a run out. Batter just straying down the crease. So Betty Patel completing this over for Vivek. And the second ball that he bowled a little bit down the leg side, it was tucked away by Mittal. And he was unable to return for that second run. And Harsh Patel is the one now on strike, who's come into the batting lineup. A quick single again. And they're really pushing the scoring almost from the get-go, almost from the start. They've shown that intent. Not all the batters, save and apart Nasura, who seem to middle every ball. The rest of them have just seemed to struggle to find the gaps. Speaking of looking for the gap, this one punched directly to that field at cover point. And again, just no run. So the end of the over now. Those 5 balls bowled by Betty to complete the 7th over. And the score now up to 52 without loss. A good 53 in fact. And a good completion of that over from Betty Patel. can see here just that run out in the previous over. Looking for that second run, and I guess you can say that the run was on, because the fielder did have to run about 10 meters to get to the ball. He was positioned at short fine, but a little bit wide, and it would have chanced the arm. This one looking to cut, and it doesn't make any contact. So Harsh Patel and Hardik Patel, the ones in the middle, they have a bit of a repair job. A couple of wickets falling quickly. Harsh Patel, the one on strike. Gunjan continues from the Smoky Mountains end, I think you might be able to call it, or the factory end. There's a lot of appeal. Everyone's convinced, but the man who needs to be convinced is not, and that's the umpire. And full toss, and it's going high in the air. The fielder's under it. He's dropped it. We'll have to look at the square leg, and in fact, the square leg umpire has signaled it. That one has definitely gone well over the waist height. A wayward delivery, and he's played that almost at shoulder height. It would not have mattered. The fielder coming around, he dropped the ball, but of course, being a no ball, even if he had completed the catch, it would not have mattered. But in any sort of cricket, even if it's a no ball, you still want to take the catch because of that thing called muscle memory. You don't want to get into that habit of dropping catches. But a very, very wayward delivery here from Gunjan. Looking for a slower delivery and just seemed to slip out the hand. And again, just not taking the catch. He never got in position, actually. And there's a bit of a discussion here now between the umpire and the captain of the Dallas team. And there's a bit of a hold up in play. So it is the Dallas Metroplex B versus the Canada 11 in this LPS tournament hosted by the Paramveer Sporting Club and Sporting Complex. Here's the free hit now, and he struck it cleanly, and he's gonna get a boundary. So 4 runs, 4 lovely looking runs straight down the ground from Patel, Harsh Patel on this occasion. Pushed away on the offside, a bit of a misfield, and they will come through for the single. So good cricket here from Dallas, fall of a couple of wickets, and they're continuing to keep the scoring rate ticking over. But good bowling from the Canada 11 has brought that scoring rate all the way down to 7.5 to the over. Again, another full toss, this one out onto that leg side. He's looking to mix it up here is Gunjan. And a couple of his slower deliveries have just gone awry. Seem to be slipping out of the fingers. This one, leg side again. And in fact, it's scooped up in the air. And the catch taken by the fielder coming in from a short square leg. Looking to turn one over to the leg side. It spooned in the air and went no further off the square. And you can see there the fielder coming in from a short mid wicket, in fact, taking that catch, and another wicket going down. So some good consistent tight bowling here, mixed with some wayward bowling because a couple of no balls have gone by, a couple of full tosses. But the Canada 11 are keeping the scoring rate in check, and more importantly, they are taking wickets. So Harsh Patel has to depart. In fact, it's Hardik Patel has to depart. And the score now moving on to 61 for 4. So Hardik Patel, I beg your pardon, a brisk 20 from just 14 deliveries. He would have loved to carry on because you've gotten yourself a start. And we're in the middle overs. You would have loved to stay there until at least the 15th over. But of course, he's been dismissed. And caught by Ritish of the bowling of Gunjan. And now we will see Kalpesh Patel will come to the crease for the Dallas Metroplex B. He's on strike here. Delivery just outside the off stump and pushed away. No run. So the tight bowling continues here as Kalpesh has come to the crease. In fact, the wicket off of the final delivery of the 8th over. And this one has gone onto the leg side. And there's no run once again. So good tight bowling here. And Bedi Patel has continued. Of course, he only bowled 5 deliveries because he had to finish that over for Vivek Patel earlier in the piece. This one driven again along the ground. A chance of a run out and just couldn't hit the stumps. He probably had a little more time than he thought to really aim and fire. And he didn't hit the target. You can see here pushed away, misfield by the bowler, and he probably had enough time, did that fielder at mid-off to set himself and then have a go at the stumps. So creating chances here, the Canadian 11, and it's coming about because they're keeping the bowling tight. There you go again. Just bowling really wicket to wicket, most of the bowlers. Bedi has come in, and I was mentioning just before that opportunity, that run out opportunity, that he had to bowl 5 deliveries because Vivek went off with an injury just after 1 delivery in his second over. And for the most part, he has continued along, keeping the scoring really tight, has Bedi Patel. He's now bowled 9 deliveries in total, and just 5 runs off of his bowling. So a short is pulled. It's gonna go close to the boundary. A little bit of a fumble, and they'll come back for an easy couple of runs. Good fielding down on that fine leg boundary. Just sat up and pulled onto that leg side. And the fielder coming around on the fine leg boundary, more at the long leg, in fact, just behind square leg. And so the end of another Betty over here, and the score has moved on to 66 with that single. 65, in fact, after 9. The projected score is now down to 144. At one point at the start of the innings, when Nasura was going guns blazing, you thought maybe 244 would be the score. But good tight bowling from the Canadian 11 bowling lot. So Kalpesh Patel now has joined Harsh Patel. Pushed away offside. Mid-off fielder does the fielding. And it is Mitish Patel who has come into the attack. Rivan Mitish Patel. So signs of spin here. This one in the air and in a gap. In fact, it'll trickle away down to wide long off. An easy single in the end. So the field is spread far and wide. This one just looking to heave onto the leg side, getting the outer half of the bat and trickling away. The bowler Mitish does the fielding. Right arm off spin, right in the block hole, squeezed away to short third. Easy single, but a bit of a misfeel on the backing up. Poor throw, and they're able to get a second run when there shouldn't have been a second run. You can see that throw going wayward and a bobble by the fielder backing up. Floated up nicely, looking to cut, and only finds the fielder at extra cover. In fact, cover point that fielder is positioned. Again, giving it some air. Giving it some air is Mitish, right in the block hole. And another over comes to an end here. And we are now officially at the halfway mark in the innings. 10 overs now completed. And the score 68 for 4. The Dallas Metroplex B versus the Canadian 11. And just to give you an idea of how it's gone so far. It was the Dallas Metroplex B taking first strike. Pat Nasura 26 from 16 deliveries. Tejesh Patel 6 from 10. Hardik Patel 20 from 14. Was looking good before he spooned one into the air. Mittal was run out coming back for a second. 3 from 4. Harsh Patel is still there, struggling on 8 from 14. And Kalpesh not too long has come to the crease. Wickets apiece for Ankit, Vivek, who's gone off with an injury, and Gunjan. And it will be Gunjan who will continue the bowling from the commentary box end. Gunjan, is it? Driven offside. Again, the call is just one. And they come back for a second. So in fact, it's Betty Patel who will continue. Floated up and a little bit in the air, but falls safely in a gap. And Dallas has been able, when they've played the ball in the air, it was just that one drop catch off of a no ball. But for the most part, when they've played the ball in the air, Dallas, they've found a gap. This one hit back to the bowler. Short third, point, deep cover on the boundary. Regulation mid-off and a long off. That's your offside field. This one leg side comes to the fielder at long on, and there'll just be one run. That leg side, a fielder at a square leg, just behind the square. Short mid wicket, deep mid wicket, deep square leg on the boundary, and long on. This one pushed just into the mid-off region. So deep square leg, long on, long off, and a deep extra cover. 4 fielders on the boundary. Looking to turn this one away. Is going to come to the short mid-wicket fielder, and just one run. So another single to end the over. And we now have 11 overs in the bag. At the end of 11 overs, 72 for 4. The Dallas Metroplex B. Kalpesh Patel not out on 6 from 8. And Harsh Patel finding the going a little bit tough, 9 from 16. Betty Patel 2.5 overs. Those 5 deliveries coming from an over that he had to complete for Vivek. When Vivek went off with an injury, he's bowled 2.5 overs, none for 12. So good economical bowling, though he hasn't picked up a wicket. Mitish has just bowled the 1 over so far and went for 3 runs. And Mitish, the off spinner, will continue from the factory end. Of course, there is the tyre factory that rests just beyond that forested area. You see that forested area there behind the bowler's arm, and there you go. There's the factory behind the trees. Floated this one up, and it's called a wide, very close to pitching all outside of the cut strip. And did it pitch outside the cut strip? Just inside the cut strip. So a wide, rightfully called by the umpire, very close to being a no ball, in fact. This one is just hit into the ground and past the wicket keeper, and they will get the single. The wicket keeper not collecting cleanly and allowing them to go through for that single. And back live here, hit out into the leg side, and they will get the single. So that single before, just a misfield from the wicket keeper. Pulled away in the air, fielder on it, and it's gone over. In fact, he's missed the ball, and he's going to pick up a boundary here, but it just seemed to sit up for him. And the fielder just did not get around, and it bounced just in front of the boundary rope there. And 4 more runs to the total. And that boundary carrying the score up to 80 now for 4. Pull leg side. And it's going to go just to that fielder at a long leg. Just one. In fact, it's 80 for 4, 81 for 4 now with that single. And Finding his straps is a Kalpish. Mitish has been economical for the most part. That boundary, the first one off of his bowling, he's looking to float this one up outside the off stump, almost a carbon copy of the first ball of the over. Floating it up and just pitching inside the cut strip, but wide called. So 82 now on the board. Struck away, and it will go down to long on. Another easy single here. And again, another wayward throw in to the bowler this time. So 84 now. Mitish. This time he's down the leg side. So just one boundary off of his bowling so far. Many of the runs coming off of extras. He's quicking this one up. It's in the air, but it's well wide of that fielder running around from a long off, and another boundary here off the bat of Harsh Patel on this occasion. And he's now got his strike rate into the 90s, has Harsh Patel. Found it tough going so far. Of course, he's had to sit and look at some wickets falling around him, has Harsh. And now the score on to 91, the end of that 12th over. In fact, 6 runs coming off of that final delivery. And some moving to and fro in the field. Fielders out on the leg side, a deeper square on the offside, sorry, deeper cover point and mid off. And on the leg side, fielders out at a deep square leg and a long on. And one of those fielders on the offside will come into play. The one at the deep extra cover boundary. In fact, there are now 5 fielders. He's now moved from on the boundary and into the circle. He was on the extra cover boundary earlier. This one punched offside. And so that fielder that did come in from the boundary and placed in a regulation mid-off. So Betty continues the bowling here. This one tucked away leg side. Good fielding. You can hear the cry from the fielders on the boundary. Good fielding and a couple of runs again to the total. Nice floated delivery from Betty, but it's a full toss and he's conceded the boundary. Well played in the end from Kalpish, and he's raced on to 19. He's caught up to Harsh in terms of runs, but he's done it at a quicker rate. His strike rate now up to 135. Kalpish is 19 as well, but he's done it from 20 deliveries. Harsh, I beg your pardon, is also on 19. He's done from 20 deliveries. Kalpish taking just 14 deliveries to get his 19 runs. And with the death overs beckoning, this is the 13th over, a couple overs before we get into that death over period of the innings. Looking to pull again. Chance of a run out at the bowler's end. Loud appeal. The umpire says not out. He seemed to be safe for all accounts. He was already almost shaking hands with Kalpesh. and getting back in the end, Harsh. He was looking for that single. He's eager to get on strike. Kalpesh pushes onto the offside. It will come down to long off. Another easy single to end the 13th over. And at the end of the 13th over, the 100 coming up with that single off the last ball. 100 on the board for Dallas Metroplex. So 13 overs completed, and the score now an even 100 for the Dallas Metroplex B team, and the Canada team, the Canada 11. In fact, they've done well to pull it back. The first 3 overs are going for close to 30 runs. The scoring rate was up at 9, and before that, a wicket of Nasura. The score seemed on par for a 200 plus score, but a good fight back from Canada 11. The scoring rate now at 7.7. And it will be Jinal Patel back into the attack. Jinal from the factory end. Struck powerfully, offside. Straight to the fielder, no less. So just another single. So some good fielding there in the extra cover region. And Jinal has bowled 2 overs prior to that single for just 22 runs. He was one who took a bit of a beating, if I do say so myself, from Nasura in the early goings. His first 2 overs went for 22. Pushed offside again. And this time straight to the extra cover fielder. There's no run. So Jinal will want to do better here. He's come back into the attack after conceding 22 in his first 2 overs. And so far, so good. Just the single and the dot ball. This one in the air. But again, in the gap, and bounces pretty close. It looks like good fielding out there on the wide long off boundary. A signal from the umpire that it's all good. So just a couple of runs. This one hit leg side this time. And from 100 at the start of this over, they've progressed to 104. So Jinal has done well. Just a couple of runs in the over. Pulled in the air, but in the gap at the square leg. Couple of bounces. 4 more to the total. And Harsh Patel, after having a strike rate of under 100. In fact, it's Kalpesh with that pull shot. Harsh Patel still just under 100 strike rate. But Kalpesh here going guns blazing, showing the intent. Takes the single and will now bring Harsh Patel back on to strike. 25 from 18 is Kalpesh. He's hit 3 boundaries in that score of 24 it is now for him. 26 for Kalpesh. The end of the 14th over, the end of 14, 109. 9 coming off of that over. And the scoring rate now inching its way back up towards 8. And a signal here from the umpire back to the dugout. So I think the umpire just wanted to double check what the score and the over count was. And he's been told that it's 109 for 4, 14 overs. And Betty will complete his spell here. In fact, will it be Betty? Because Betty is both 3.5 overs. So it's not going to be Betty. It's Mitish. In fact, Rivan Mitish Patel will come into the attack. Betty has completed his spell. Here's Mitish. This one struck powerfully along the ground. Out deep mid wicket. Just the single. So Betty had done well previously from this end. Again, those 5 deliveries in his bowling spell, completing an over from Vivek, who went down with an injury. Looking to cut, loud appeal, and the umpire has given him. So the 5th wicket down. Let's see here. Yeah, just seemed to be an edge. Just seemed to get a faint edge into the wicketkeeper's glove, and you could just see the glove. In fact, on the replay, you can see the glove, just the webbing part of the glove, because it didn't go straight into his hand. You can just see the top of the glove there, just the webbing. Good catch, staying low down, and the umpire was convinced that there was an edge. Of course, we get to see this. We can see this as many times as we would like to see it. The umpire gets 1 look. So 5 wickets now down, and after a bit of a struggle, Harsh Patel departs 22 from 24. Caught by wicketkeeper Saga of the bowling of Mitish. So I was mentioning Betty Patel. Betty Patel 3.5 overs, 21 without a wicket. Economy rate of just under 5.5. But it is the man bowling here who has picked up his first wicket in Mitish Patel. He's now bowled 2.2 overs, 1 for 22. And he's going to continue here. Looking again. This one leaving the batter. Fishing at it. Yeah, and you can hear the excitement from his colleagues. Just holding the line. In fact, turning. Just a hint of turn. But wide enough. And that length that just draws the batter forward. And a tentative prod. Tucks this one leg side. There's no run. The wicketkeeper Saga is after it. The new batter is Miang Patel. floated up, slow delivery, and he does well to actually get some bat on it. It's almost like he was waiting forever. The ball was that slow. You would probably think that Christmas would have come by the time the ball got around to reaching the batter. Really, really slow delivery. Back live here now, and again another slower delivery here from Patel. And the end of the 15th over. It is now 110 for 5. Mitish Patel completing 3 overs so far. So with the back end now upon us, 30 deliveries remaining. The death overs as it's called. Can they get up over 150? The Dallas Metroplex B. $110 for 5. Let's see the hard-working ground staff there on the red Georgia Bulldogs golf cart. Making their way around field number 2, ground number 2. Here's Janelle. Struck him on the pad. Loud appeal, nothing from the umpire. Probably just struck outside the line or drifting down. I can get a look at it again. Yeah, just looking like it's going down the leg side. The umpire gets one look at that. I get the chance to look at it again and tell you that it's going down the leg side. So good call by the umpire. Of course, if you look at the umpires, they have these funky fisherman hat. You can see at the front of the hat there are some fans. Little mini fans keeping the umpires cool. Tuck leg side.
I need a logo here. Jayesh pela presión medio ahí.
In the air. And easy enough catch down at mid-off. And it's now 113 for 6. Miang Patel, the batter, dismissed. 1 run from his 6 deliveries face. Nirav Patel of the bowling of Vivek, who has come back into the bowling attack. Had a bit of a mishap earlier. A little bit of an injury did Vivek. And he's now back into the bowling lineup. Hashanavasari is now at the crease. He joins Kalpish, who's on 29. And immediately in the air. And it's gone all the way for 6. So not wasting any time is Hash Navsari. And definitely looking here, Mitish, the new bowler, being met with disdain and being placed over the mid-wicket boundary for a mighty 6. In fact, it's off the bat of Kalpish, who's driving this one. That's back to the bowler. Again, live here from the Paramveer Sporting Complex in Cartersville, Georgia. Quick single here. So Kalpish has moved on, and his strike rate just nipping 150. In fact, just a couple of single, the dot ball and the single after the 6, carrying it back down to 133. He's 36 from 27, and he's been given some excellent bowling here. Just catching the inside edge of the bat, caught by wicketkeeper Saga. So Saga is having quite a good game behind the stumps. And the Canada 11, in fact, is he was bowled. In fact, he was just seemed just nip back on him. Yeah, so just getting a bit of turn, in fact, and just catching the off and middle bail. This one is shorter, but a lot quicker. So Mitish continues with great success. He's now picked up 2 wickets as Mitish. This one will definitely be called a wide. And the score's moved on to 121 now for 7. Coming up on the end of the 17th over. Another wide. Make that 122. You can hear the encouragement from the outfield. Finish the over well. Quick single. And easy enough in the end. So we finally come to the end of the 17th over. And at the end of the 17th over, 122 for 7. The Dallas Metroplex B falling away after an early blitz from Parth Nasura Patel. And some some respectability and a steadying of the ship from Hardik Patel in the middle, and then a little bit of a blitz here now from Kalpesh Patel in the back end. Those are the three main scores along with Harsh Patel in the innings. Harsh Patel, however, his strike rate under 100. So it was Parth Patel Nasura with 26 from 16, 20 from 14 from Hardik, 22 from 24 from Harsh, and Kalpesh, who's still not out, is 36 from 27. But he's going to have to pretty much do it all on his own here in the final 3 overs, will Kalpesh, because there are 7 wickets down. Struck in the air again into a gap though, and makes it to the boundary. Would you believe it? He's found that gap behind a square, just really kind of helping the ball along, if you will, around the corner. And just helping it around the corner. And in fact, in front of square, the fielder was at a mid-wicket and across the boundary for another 4 runs. So the total moving up here now to 126. Looking to turn again, and a nod of the head from the umpire lets you know it's not out. In fact, a shake of the head rather than a nod of the head. But a loud appeal nonetheless. And again, left arm bowler over the wicket to a right-handed batter, possibly just pitching here. Look at it, it's pitched outside leg. The bowler is not at all pleased, but you can tell that that definitely pitched outside the leg stump, and you can't get the batter out if it's pitched outside the leg stump. Of course, if you're now learning about the game of cricket, that decision of LBW stands for leg before wicket. Come back to it. In the air and in the gap again, but the fielder at a deep backward square leg comes around and prevents the boundary. So that leg before decision, if you're a left-handed bowler, the idea behind the dismissal is that your leg as the batter has blocked the ball from hitting the stumps. That's if you're struck on your pads. And you have to the ball has to pitch in line with the stumps, and it also has to strike the batter in line with the stumps. The rule though is once it pitches outside of a leg stump, even if it's going on to hit the stumps, and even if the batter is struck in front of the stumps, it's not out. So left arm bowlers usually find it a little tough when they go over the wicket. Left arm bowlers over the wicket to right-handed batters generally are pitching the ball outside of the leg stump or the line of the leg stump, and in the rules, once it's pitched outside the leg stump, of course, conversely, right-handed bowlers over the wicket to left-handed batters, the same thing applies. Nonetheless, at the end of the 18th over, 129 for 7. So 12 deliveries to go. Kalpesh Patel is still there on 42 from 32 deliveries, 4 fours and a 6. He's been joined by Ravi Patel, and Ankit has just completed an over. Mitish has completed his allotment of 4, and Ankit will complete his allotment of 4, you would expect. He's got 1 for 17, 2 for 31 for Mitish Patel. But Kalpesh will have to do the heavy lifting here with these last 12 deliveries if they are to get over that 150 mark. So here's Ankit from the commentary box end. In the air, Ankit runs around, and he's dropped it. He's dropped it, and his motionless body on the ground That would tell you he's mightily disappointed as he lays horizontally on the ground. Just spooning up out off the toe of the bat. Bowler himself would fancy his chances up, in and out. Popped out. And he lay motionless horizontal on the ground for a while. But having said that, he's dropped the catch. He's come back into the bowling. In fact, they've conceded the run out. With the drop catch, the focus was so much on the bowler who lay prostrate on the ground for a while. And in the end, Kalpish, who was looking to get back for the second, was run out from Jinal. And a well-played 43, getting the applause from his colleagues under the tent. And who knows where the Dallas Metroplex would have been without that 43 from 33 deliveries from Kalpesh. So Ravi Patel will be joined now. You can understand going back for the second. The ball was dropped and the focus being so much on the bowler who dropped the catch. The batters nonetheless were alerted to it that it's the death overs. This is the penultimate over of the 20. In fact, it was Janal who, although he dropped the catch, he lay on the ground and he was able to throw the ball back in to the wicketkeeper and complete an important run out. So it's all happening here. It's all happening here. This is the LPS tournament coming from the Paramveer Sporting Complex. Uday Patel has joined Ravi Patel at the wicket. Ravi will be on strike, pulling powerfully, but it will come along the ground to the fielder at long on, positioned just in front of us here. So Jinal has done well. Lovely executed slower delivery. Chance of a run out. The only thing he didn't do, the wicketkeeper there, was hit the stumps. Because I think for all money that Uday would have been run out by a long way. In fact, he looks pretty close in the end. But good alert cricket from the wicketkeeper. The only thing he didn't do is hit the stumps. So another one added to the total, 132 for 8. This one along the ground. It's going to come down here to the mid-wicket region. Every run pretty much vital and worth its weight in goal at this stage of the innings. 1 to go in this, the penultimate over. 134 now for 8. Wide called. And the wicketkeeper having a shy at the stumps, and that misfield really unnecessary, giving away a run here. And you never know in the final analysis where that extra run or what that extra run will do. You can see here the wicketkeeper just having a shy at the stumps unnecessarily, you might think, and the ricochet allowing them to come through for 1. So 135 now. 1 bounce down to the fielder here at mid-off. And that will bring us to the end of the penultimate over. 1 over to go in this encounter between the Dallas Metroplex B and the Canadian 11. The score now 137 for 8. Dallas Metroplex being invited to bat first And they'll be hoping here, Ravi Patel and Uday Patel will be hoping that they can eke out probably at least 12 or 13 runs in this final over. Because if you can eke out 13 runs in this final over, that psychological boost that your team gets from getting up to that 150 mark can definitely be some good momentum going into the defense and your team's bowling effort. In the air, it's hit straight as a die, and 6 runs clearing the boundary. Uday Patel is into the act here, clearing that boundary at straight long on. So I talked about getting up at 150. There is 6 of the 13 runs that would get them there. So it's 143 now. 4-8. Still 5 overs, still 5 deliveries to go. And can they find another 7 runs from somewhere? It is Ankit Patel with this final over, and discussion between the wicketkeeper. In fact, what has happened? They haven't retrieved the ball just yet. They are looking for the ball. In fact, I think they have finally found the ball. Yeah, there you go. Finally found the ball. But a lovely, lovely strike down the ground. You can see in the air all the way that straight long on position into the forested area, just behind the bowlers, just behind the bowler and the umpire on that factory end. .143. Going out onto the offside. Come back for 2. And again, a bad throw. A bad throw. Allowing them to come back for another run. So while they've bowled well, the Canadian 11, they have given away probably about 10 or 15 runs in the field. Leg side, down to deep mid wicket. 1. They're going back for the second. The throw comes in. It's a weak throw, and 2 more added to the total. So really pushing here, Ravi and Uday, I beg your pardon. And now 149 on the board. I beg your pardon, 147 on the board. Again, leg side. Easy single in the end. Ravi Patel, 14 from 9. And Uday Patel, 2 from 2. 15 from 10 now with that single. 15 from 10. 148 on the board. In the air. The bowler under it. The bowler takes the catch. As easy as you like. And that will bring an end to Uday Patel. Yeah, Uday Patel looking to go big. And he falls for just the 2 runs. Ravi Patel, 15 from 10. 148 now on the board. Ravi Patel, a bystander. 1 delivery to go. Can they find a boundary somewhere? Can they find a boundary somewhere? The Dallas Metroplex B. Ankit Patel with a lovely final over here, but he's been one-upped by Ravi Patel, who's hit him for 6, then 2 runs, then 2 runs, then a single, but he's come back with a lovely caught-on ball just to stem the flow of runs. Started the over at 137, and 11 of the 13 runs to get to 150 have been conceded in the over. Here's the final delivery. Slow ball, fumbled by the wicketkeeper, and an errant throw again, but just 1 run, and they will end on 149 for 8. Will the Dallas Metroplex be 149 for 9? I beg your pardon. After 20 overs, so there is that psychological boost of knowing that the other team has to get 150. Of course, we are coming to you from the beautiful Paramveer Sporting Complex. Of course, Mr. Jai Shah always around. You can see one of the groundsmen's carts, the Georgia Bulldogs cart. That's the one that Mr. Jai is usually on. In the final analysis, in this game 1 at ground 3 in the LPS tournament, it is the Dallas Metroplex after 20 overs getting to 149 for 9. Just to give you an idea of how the batting card went, it was Partha Patel Nasura with an early blitz of 26 from 16, and then a couple of wickets going down. Hardik Patel with 20 from 14. TJ got 6 from 10. Mitesh 3 from 4. Harsh 22 from 24. He struggled through the middle overs. Kalpesh with 43 from 33, the mainstay of the Dallas Metroplex innings. And then a late order blitz after Miang, Harsh, and Rushi got 1 not 2 and 1. It was a late order blitz from Ravi Patel, 15 from 10 deliveries that got them not quite but very close to that 150 mark. It does mean, though, at 149 for 9 that the Canada 11 will have to get 150 exact for victory. Jinil Patel, 4 overs, none for 39. He took the early beating from Nasura. And Ankit, 4 overs, 2 for 29. Vivek, 2 overs and a delivery. He had a truncated over going off with an injury. 2 for 12. Gunjan, 2 overs, 1 for 17. Betty, 3.5 overs. He had that over that he completed for Vivek. He 3.5 overs, none for 21. And Mitish, 4 overs, 2 for 31. So good bowling after that initial blitz on Janelle, and they pegged back the scoring, and now it stands 149 for 9, the Dallas Metroplex B, and the Canadian 11, as the ground staff do their due, get the pitch ready. We'll take a short break, and when we get back, the run chase in this one between the Dallas Metroplex B and the Canadian 11. So hello and welcome back to the beautiful Paramvir Sporting Complex, just about an hour outside of the Atlanta metro area. Of course, the beautiful state of the southern state of Georgia, just outside of Cartersville, actually in a small town called White, and just north of Kennesaw. And, it is the LPS tournament. And this encounter on day one here at ground number 3 on the Paramvir Sporting Facility. It is the Dallas Metroplex B versus the Canadian 11. The Dallas Metroplex B would have batted first. They would have amassed 149 on the back of a beautiful, well-constructed 43 from 33 deliveries from the man Kalpesh Patel, and that 149, a late blitz in the final couple of overs of 15 from 10 from Ravi Patel down the order, got them up not quite to that 150 mark but just under. And as you can see, all the players are back on the field and we are ready to go. Jinal Patel is at the wicket. Jinal bowled very well, and he and wicketkeeper Saga Patel are the opening batters for the Canadian 11. And Jinal had bowling figures. I'll give you that in a moment. So in the air, but in the gap at extra cover along the ground, the first boundary of the bat of Jinal Patel. And away we go with the reply. 2 deliveries in, and we're up and running now. Yeah, I was saying that Jinal got some tap. He bowled well in the second part of his spell. His first 2 overs went for some 22 runs. Skewed away to third, and just a single. His first 2 overs went for 22, and his the second part of his spell, that's Jinal, went for just 16. So he did well in the second part of his spell. Still a bit expensive to go for 8 to the over in his second spell, but a far cry from the 11 he went for in his first 2 overs. Played back in the air, almost getting back to the bowler on the full. Pushed away offside, and just down to the fielder at extra cover. So 1 delivery to go in this first over. It is the man Ravi Patel, who I mentioned had that blitz in the back end, who's opened the bowling here for the Dallas Metroplex, and they seem up to the challenge of defending this 149. They are on their toes in the field. They seem quite sprightly. And an extra fielder now going into that extra cover region, just plugging that gap. In the air, right down in front of us here, and just over his head. And the first drop catch of the innings. So looking to go big. Of course, we're inside the power play, hitting in the air, looking to go over mid-on. The mid-on fielder coming back and just over his head. Seemed not to pick it up in the end, and never got a hand on it. So the end of the first over, quite the eventful one. Boundary and a couple of runs are coming in it, and then that missed opportunity on the last delivery. And we're now up 8 without loss, so well above their required run rate. And they're off and running the Canada 11. So Jinal with 7 of those 8 runs from just the 4 deliveries. And Saga Patel, the wicketkeeper batter from the Canadian 11, he'll take He'll take strike now. So Saga it will be, the wicketkeeper batter on strike. This one is wide, slip in play. As you get a look at the field, this is the leg side. The fielder there at a square leg. Fielder at a short mid wicket, one at mid on. And there's a mid off, an extra cover. Fielder at point. One at cover. And then the third fielder at the third on the boundary. So, and just the fielder at third outside of the circle. Easy run here into that vacant gap just in front of square leg side. And this is what the Canada 11 will want to do. They'll want to take up the singles as they come along and get the boundaries when they get those bad balls. Rushi Patel bowling from that factory end. Just a bit of a hold up here as the non-striker gets his gear and his kit in order. Lovely breeze greets us here at the Paramvir Sporting Complex. Driven away, and it's going to go close to that boundary, just inside of the rope. Has it gone over? We'll wait for the umpire's signal. And all's well that ends well. So some good fielding down there on the long on boundary. Struck powerfully down the ground, and good fielding from Patel down there on that long on boundary. Back live, tucked to leg side. Again, a vacant space just in that short mid wicket region. And another easy single added to the total. Pulled away and just picked up and struck direct, has he? And a run out. So the first wicket going down here. The first wicket going down via the run out route. Pulled into the mid wicket region, and the throw coming back in and striking the stumps directly. The batter short of his ground, and the Canada 11 losing their first wicket. So Jinal Patel, it looks like, has been dismissed. Jinal Patel, in fact it's Saga Patel going to the non-striker's end, who was run out. Jinal still there on 10. Lovely bit of fielding in that short mid-wicket region. We'll get the chance to look at it again in a moment. But looking for that quick single. 13 for 1 now. 2 deliveries to go in the second over. Remember, their target is an even 150 runs. The Canada 11. And I mentioned a few deliveries ago that this Dallas Metro team seemed to be just up for the challenge. They just seem buoyed in the field. And a dive here at the non-striker's end looked to have done himself a mischief. The bat looked to get stuck in the turf. Yeah, just looked to done himself a mischief here, going for that quick single. And as he looked to ground the bat just seemed to get stuck in the turf, and he's toppled over as Patel. Mitish Patel has come to the middle. Seems to be Mitish who's done himself a mischief. And the single completed in the end. Actually, it is Jinal who's done himself a mischief, going to the non-striker's end. And a lot of concern even from the Dallas Metro team for their opponent. And just really unfortunate. Just going off for that quick single and just getting the bat stuck in the ground. Done himself a mischief there. He's back to his feet now though, as you can see, and seems to be all right for the moment. So far doesn't seem to be leaving the field. Still have one a delivery in the second over to go. I remember their target 150 even, 150 runs, 149 for 9, the Dallas Metroplex B. And glorious sunshine. He's back to his feet now, is Janelle. He's on 10 from the 6 deliveries he's faced so far. And he'll want to add some runs to his name after a two-faced double-edged sword, if you will, type bowling. Expensive in his first 2, a little bit more steady in his second 2 of his 4 overs when they batted. Here's Mitish Patel to face up. Just faced the 1 delivery so far, 1 run to his name. This one will be called a wide, and there's the first extra of the innings. So not quite the end of the second over just yet. It was Mihang who completed the run out earlier of Ravi Patel. This one a straight line. Well bowled in the end, and a little bit of applause from his colleagues on the field, and it brings to an end the second over. At the end of 2, 15 for 1, Canada 11. So steady start here from Rushi and Ravi Patel. In fact, it was Sagar Patel who was run out, Mihang, the fielder. You can hear the breeze in the background from our Stumps Effect microphone. And of course, there are 6 lovely playing areas on this facility, the Paramveer Sporting Complex. I get a look on the far side at field number 2. This one down the leg side, and it will be called a wide. Field number 2. That game also underway. The run chase on in that one, as is the run chase in field number 1 and field number 4. Get a look up on the hill at field number 4, up there on the hill from us. Back live. This one a little bit of an appeal, a half of an appeal. As Ravi Patel, the one who continues from the commentary booth end. Driven nicely, well fielded in the cover region. Can't prevent the single though. And some good fielding by that man Patel there in the cover region. So of course this is the power play. And in the power play, just 2 fielders outside of the circle. That ring of fielders between mid-off, extra cover point and short third on the offside. And on the leg side, one of the fielders out is the man at long on just in front of us. There is a short middle wicket, and there is a short backward square leg, not exactly at a short fine. Struck on the pad, loud appeal! And the umpire is unmoved, and it's going to be an easy single in the end. Just looking at it again, we obscured, our camera obscured just a bit by the non-striker. In the air and just short of that fielder at short middle wicket. So a chance possibly going a begging there. This one just flicked in the air and dropping just short of the man Patel there at a short middle wicket. So creating some chances here, the Dallas Metroplex B. Creating the chances and holding the Canadian 11 at bay for the moment. 8 runs coming off the first over, but since then it's been quite steady. 7.5 the current run rate. Struck on the pad again. Loud appeal. There's a chance of a run out because the striker is halfway down. With the appeal, the non-striker turned his back on the striker. As you can see here, first of all, there is the appeal for the LBW. Struck low down, probably drifting. The batter is the striker is a 3/4 way down the wicket, and the non-striker just turned his back and nonchalantly walked back. And the discussion being that even with the appeal, the ball went directly to the fielder at short fine leg. In the end, all's well that ends well, and we've come to the end of the third over. 19 for 1. Ravi Patel, 2 overs, 11 runs coming from it. The required run rate creeping up now. It was 7.5 to the at the start. It's now just under 7 3/4. So some quite a tidy bowling so far from the Dallas Metroplex. In the air, down the ground, over the boundary rope, and 6 runs will it be? Yes, it is 6 runs. Down into that patch down there of a forested area. And a lovely looking lofted on drive, clearing the boundary rope by some distance and into the trees at the factory end of the ground. So the ball retrieved, and that's 6, carrying the score now up to 25 for 1. So even with the loss of the early wicket of wicketkeeper batter Saga, the Canadian 11 are now up over, just about, in fact, 8 runs to the over their current run rate. So they are ahead. That's 6 runs, and again, 1 ball in the T20, even the shortest format, the T10 format, it can mean the swing of the momentum one way or the other. This one is a bit short and cut away. Feel that backward point prevents it from going any further and prevents any run. In the short formats of the game, one delivery, in fact in all formats of the game, one delivery can just change the outlook of the game. And that 6 just pushed the scoring rate up over 8. A couple of dot balls here after that 6, and it's brought the scoring rate back on par with what's required. The 7.5 runs exactly required to the over. 99 balls still needed, still needing to 125 for victory. Tucked away leg side. It's gonna run in between the 2 fielders, and they're going to pick up an easy single. So Jinal Patel already getting his scoring rate up over, a strike rate up over 100. He's 121 strike rate, 17 from the 14 deliveries he's faced so far, and he will be on strike here. In fact, he's at the non-strikers, and it's Mitish who will be on strike. And straight to the man at short extra cover. Still inside the power play. Two deliveries to go in the 4th over. 2 overs of the power play after this one remaining. Looking to tuck it leg side, and a bit of a half an appeal, but it didn't seem to touch anything. It seemed to just miss the bat and miss the stumps, just into the hands of the wicket keeper, and he had a shy at the stumps. But the end of quite an eventful over. It is the end of the 4th, 26 now for 1. And Jinal Patel, 17 from 14 deliveries. Mitish Patel, 3 from 6. Rushi Patel completing 2 overs for 14 runs. And Ravi Patel completing 2 overs for 11 runs. Good shot for no run. Finding that fielder at extra cover again. So Ravi Patel continuing here from the commentary booth end. And 2 dot balls to start this the 5th over. In the air, The fielder is running around and is going to drop just short of that fielder running around from the long on position. But hit well in the air. Probably backed himself to get around to it. In the air again. And is going to go down to the boundary. Throw back in. And just too high to trouble the batters. Janal is doing well here. Punched away leg side. The fielders are giving chase. Will cut it off just in front of the boundary rope. Will Patel. Good throw into the wicketkeeper. And Mitish picks himself up a couple of easy runs, and the score moves on to 29. In fact, 31 for 1. Sagar Patel, the wicketkeeper batter, the only batter out via the run-out route. Punch down to mid-wicket. One delivery to go now. In fact, that will be the end of the 50 over. 1 over to go now in the power play. Is the captain going to stick with Rushi Patel, who's only gone for 7 runs in his 2 overs, or will he make the bowling change? Of course, a lovely facility here, this Paramveer Sporting Complex. The Smoky Mountains just to the right of our position here, and then the highway 20, is it? Yes, it's highway 20 out to the left. The town of Cartersville down to the south. So it is going to be the first bowling change. In the air, and clearing the fielder and the boundary rope, and the signal from the umpire. So the bowling change hasn't worked yet. Miang Patel with that blitz towards the end of 15 from 10 deliveries, getting a bit of his own treatment here. His first delivery met with disdain and placed over the extra cover boundary by Jinal for well played 6 runs. Second delivery down the leg side. An appeal from the wicketkeeper, but they do that in the modern game. They appeal and they hope that the umpire doesn't call the wide, but the umpire was well alert to the challenge and the tricks of the wicketkeeper. 37 now for 1. Punch back past the bowler, and picked up in the long on region, the wide long on region. 38 now. Still 112 needed. 112 needed from 87 deliveries. So it's required run rate still well in excess of 7.5. Good tidy bowling from Dallas Metroplex B. dabbed away. It's going to come down to third, and they'll complete a couple of easy runs. Good fielding down there by Patel on the third boundary. Driven nicely, but only to the extra cover fielder. So Janal doing well here. 25 from 21, the type of start, even with the early loss of Saga, the wicketkeeper batter. And Janal has ensured, along with Mitish, that there's been no more damage as we come upon the last delivery in the power play. Myang Patel. Cut away, and it's gone down backward point, and a boundary to finish the power play. And at the end of the power play, 43 for 1, the Canada 11. Just a bit too wide on that occasion from Myang, and cut in that backward point region and away to the boundary for 4 runs. 43 for 1 at the end of the power play. Conversely, the Dallas Metroplex team were just about 50. They had gotten to 50 in their power play thanks in the main part to that early blitz. 2 of the first 3 overs going for 22 runs, and it was that man Nasura who blitzed them early and ensured that they got up to 50 in their power play. But the Canada 11, the Canadian 11, Jinal Patel, 29 from 22, has ensured that the scoring has continued through the power play well on par. And he and Mitish Patel, now that the power play is over, will want to carry it as deep as possible, get their team within striking distance of that target of 150. If not, get them over the line. 43 for 1 at the end of the power play. 9 wickets in hand. It'll take some intelligent and well thought out cricket to get themselves over the line here. Nothing foolish is really required, being upper with the run rate. Scoring at just over 7 runs to the over. The required run rate not out of hand, 7.64. And now that the power play is over, the first signs of a spin, as per usual in the modern era of cricket. As the power play is completed, you see the spinners come into action. Driven offside, but straight to the fielder. And I guess it's giving the spinners the comfort of knowing that you have cover. You can put a few extra fielders. This one, it doesn't matter where you put the fielders when you're picking the gaps, as Jinal and Mitish are doing. You find yourself in a position where it doesn't matter if you have all 10 fielders, all 11 fielders outside of the circle. Once you're picking the gaps, you're going to get runs. But I guess the comfort of knowing, as Myang Patel comes into the bowling attack. In fact, it's Hardik Patel coming into the bowling attack. And with the spinner, coming into the bowling attack. In the air, it's come all the way down in front of us here. was almost scampering, thinking the ball was coming into the commentary booth. So Hardik just 3 runs from his first 4 deliveries, 2 to go. Powerfully, and a misfield in the cover region will allow them to go back for 2 runs. One delivery to go in the over. Stuck leg side and no run to end the over. So at the end of the Patel over, the Hardik Patel over, the score is now 48 for 1. 7 overs gone. So the beautiful Paramveer Sporting Complex in Georgia, and a beautiful summer's afternoon here in Georgia. You can see the clear blue skies. It is the back end of the summer, and the LPS tournament hosted by Paramveer Sporting Club, the Paramveer Cricket Club, part of the USA Cricket Fraternity. And of course, the USA completing victory yesterday by some 50 runs versus Canada in that Tri-Nation series presently ongoing between Canada, the United States of America, and the Netherlands. And completing victory over their northern neighbors yet again. Sit in the air, and it's going to drop just short of that fielder on there, the extra cover boundary. They'll pick up a 1 run. The first ball of the 8th over, and it is Tarun Desai from the factory end. So spin from both ends now. Left arm orthodox, and another one in the air, and dropped by the man down there on the long off boundary, and it just seemed to be going in, and at the last minute just put it down. Dabbed away, and no run. Some nice tidy bowling from the man Desai. A few dot balls. driven nicely, and it won't get past the man down there at a deep extra cover. But a lovely looking off drive. Bring them a couple of runs as they continue to make their way closer and closer, inch their way closer and closer, the Canadian team. Down to long on and over the head of the long on fielder. 6 more. Some momentum into the batting innings. So 57 for 1, the Canadian 11, replying to the Dallas Metroplex B score of 149 for 9 in this T20 tournament. The LPS T20 tournament hosted by the Paramveer Sporting Complex, the Paramveer Sporting Club, the Paramveer Sport Cricket Club in Georgia, a beautiful southern state of Georgia. And of course it is a mighty hot day. It is the pinnacle of what summertime is in the US. Tarun Desai completing an over, and a bit of refreshments being required now. It is Hardik Patel who's going to get, in fact it's not Hardik, it's Mihang Patel, I beg your pardon, who's going to get into his second over first delivery. Just a little bit wide and a little bit under the bat. And it is Mitesh Patel and Jinal Yagnish Patel. Jinal on a 39 from 57. That one again keeping a tad low. But Jinal on 39 from 27. The backbone of the 57 on the board. Wicketkeeper Bhatta Saga, the only wicket out so far, the only wicket in the bag for the Dallas Metroplex. And they want to create a breakthrough, and the man on the non-strikers end is the one they really want. This one in the air, it's coming down, and it's a drop just short of the fielder. It's dropped just short of the fielder, coming around from long on. And a chance of going a begging here. Lovely lofted shot and dropped just short and bounced away. One bounce into the boundary. So an opportunity being created. Looked for all money. He thought that he got the shot with enough power to clear the fielder and the boundary rope, but dropping just short of the fielder. But the 4 runs is what's most important for the Canadian 11. 61 for 1. And Mitesh getting into the act. And good intelligent cricket. Shy at the stumps, but a bit of a weaker throw in the end. And Mitesh, after hitting that boundary, just taking the single, bringing Jinal Yagnish Patel back on strike, and carrying the score on to 62 as we end the 9th over. In fact, Mitesh will keep strike, the last ball, that single coming off the last ball of the over. But the man at the non-strike, who will be at the non-strikers end, in fact there is one delivery still remaining. The umpires are just conferring and realizing that they miscounted by one delivery. They are human. I think we give them so much stick when they get things wrong, the umpires, in so many different formats. We seem to forget sometimes as cricket commentators and cricket fanatics that the umpires are human and they will make mistakes. Here's the last delivery of the over. And it's pushed away to the offside. And just an easy single then to end the over. So now we finally completed the 9th over. 63 on the board. In fact 62, I beg your pardon, on the board for 1. So some 88 runs required from 11 over 66 deliveries. And Jinal Patel 39 from 28 and Mitesh Patel 17 from 22. Mitesh has not really gotten going, but of course he doesn't necessarily have to with the scoring rate in check. It's now an even 8 runs to the over required, and they're scoring at just under 7 to the over. So it's not out of hand, the required run rate, but they will want to be aware of it, and Mitesh himself will be aware that his strike rate is in the 70s, and he'll want to get going and not just be a bystander and a spectator to the fireworks from the other end from Jinal Patel. Miang and Tarun Desai into their work, and Desai will continue from the factory end. This one in the air and just seemed to trickle away in the end down to almost like a good wedge, is it, in golf? Yeah. And it just plugged right in the field at the extra cover boundary. So just the 1 run. So Mitish will want to get going. Desai, Hardik Patel, in fact it is, who has picked up the bowling attack from the factory end. And he'll want to continue where his compatriots Desai and Tarun Tarun and Miang left off. Guided into the short third man region. Good throw, but they were easily through for the single. Good calling by the pair, Mitish and Janal. And Mitish will want to not leave too much of the workload on the back of Janal, and they'll be aware that the deeper that the game goes, 1 and 2 deliveries can change the momentum. Guided down to fine leg. The wicketkeeper gives chase and an easy brace in the end. Don't want to leave too much work for the back end, because even though the run rate required is under 8, in the final overs, 8 runs to the over in the final overs can make it tricky. And we see so many teams, they're well within reach, and when it gets down to the death overs, nice flighted delivery, and gonna pick up a boundaries, pick the gap at a wide long off. A beautiful looking shot, a well flighted delivery from Hardik. And Mitish, just as I'm Jinal, just as I'm saying that Mitish has to get into the attack, Jinal continues along his merry way. And just to finish that point, sometimes 8 runs to the over in the final overs can get tricky. Struck on the pad, Lord appeal. And as pronounced as the appeal was, the umpire's shake of the head was just as pronounced, letting them know that, hey, that's not out in my book. Of course, the umpire gets one look at this. We get the opportunity to look at it as many times as we want. Just seem to be struck outside the line, to my estimation. Probably bouncing a little bit more, flight to delivery. And it's gone down to the man that deep mid wicket, and the throw coming in now. So that should be the end of the over, is it? Yes, it is the end of the 10th over at the halfway mark, requiring 150 for victory, requiring 7.5 to the over. They're scoring at just about 7.43 to the over, and it's 72 for 1. 7.2 in fact the scoring rate. 10 overs completed, the halfway mark, still 78 required. .78 runs required from 60 deliveries for the Canadian 11, coming up against the Dallas Metroplex B in the LPS tournament hosted by the Paramveer Cricket Club at the Paramveer Sporting Complex. Just short of the fielder, and it's going to bounce away into the boundary for 4 more. But a nice looking shot there, and that's 50 in fact for Janal. He started the over on strike on 46, and that boundary will bring up his 50, coming off of just 33 deliveries, and he's ensured that his team has a victory in sights. 50 runs for Janal. Yagnish Patel. I don't think he's realized that he's gotten to 50 runs. He seems so focused, as Janal, on getting this victory for his team. Down low, this one wide. Not called a wide. Polite inquiry from the non-striker. And 50 runs for Janelle, coming in 33 deliveries. A strike rate of over 140. And the 4 fours and 3 mighty sixes from Janelle has definitely ensured that his team has victory within their grasp. This one struck in the air. What a shot! Inside out and down to the extra cover boundary. Janelle is on the tear. And I think he's just realized that, hey, I've gotten to 50. Let me take it up a notch. And what a shot from Janelle. Inside out. One of the hardest shots to play in cricket. And he's just hit it probably just about 4 or 5 feet off the ground. And it bounced a couple of times into that boundary at the extra cover region. And the Canadian 11 score racing along now. This time he's punched it down to wide long off. And just the easy single. So Janelle on 55, Mitish on 20 from 24, 81 for 1. And Mitish on strike now will want to get going. Slow delivery here from Tarun Desai. And just play it down in front of him. Back foot defensive shot. Don't see that too often in T20 cricket. But of course the ball not there to hit. Good intelligent cricket in the end. In the air and just past the outstretched hand of the bowler, and in the end down to long off in fact. But an opportunity created. An opportunity created here. How far away from the bowler was it? Just out of his reach. Just out of his reach. And at the end of the over, it is now 83, is it 82? In fact, just 1 run coming off of that opportunity, that missed opportunity. 82 for 1. So 68 now needed from 54 deliveries. And in the Darren Sammy mathematics, the West Indies head coach, the West Indies white ball head coach, the difference between balls and runs needed is 14. You divide that by 6 and you're going to get 2 sixes needed and a couple of deliveries, and you bring it within a run of ball. Or even Darren Sammy might tell you divide 68 by 6 and you're going to get 11 sixes needed and a couple of singles. Of course, that's how the West Indies have played their cricket for many a year. Always so heavily dependent on their boundary count, and in particular their 6-hitting ability. Of course, in the modern era, so many other teams have caught up in terms of their 6-hitting ability, and in so many tournaments around the world you see teams hitting a hefty number of sixes in their batting efforts. Of course, that's how the T20 game goes. It's almost like who hits the more boundaries wins the game. First delivery here of the 12th over, a wide. The cry of good bowling coming from, would you believe it, the Canadian dugout, the Canadian 11 dugout. 82 for 1. It's in the air and dropping just short of the fielder at a backward point. So Mittal Patel from the factory end. This one in the air, and it's gonna go nowhere actually. It just seemed to pop up and just die right in that short fine leg area. Struck away, and another Al Patel. He's on the tier. He's on 59 from 37 deliveries. Jinal Patel, and the target inching ever closer here now. 62 runs required, 51 deliveries. Just dabbed away into the offside. And no run in the end. A rare dot ball. Chance of a run out, a loud appeal, and the umpire has given him. Is that the breakthrough that Dallas needed? Is that the breakthrough that's going to bring them back into the game? Punch onto the offside, fielded at a short extra cover, and actually hitting the stumps directly. So the wicket of Jinal, or the breaking of the partnership here. Sometimes one wicket brings a two. And Jinal for a well played 59 from 39 deliveries, going via the run out route, chancing the arm of the man Uday Patel in the short mid-wicket region. 59 from 39 deliveries, 6 fours and 3 sixes, a strike rate of 151. And Jinal Patel has put his team well within reach with just 62 required from 49 deliveries, well within reach of a victory. But the job is not done just yet. The man Mitish Patel is still there. He'll be joined by Nirav Patel. Still one delivery to go in the middle over. Loud appeal, and a finger has gone up. And just as I've said, one wicket usually in the game of cricket brings a two. So the wicket of Jinal Patel, and immediately following that up with the wicket of the incoming Nirav Patel, one that just seemed to keep low, and he was going nowhere. No foot movement, and just looking to turn it to the leg side, and he's almost given away his wicket, if you will. But definitely a loud appeal there from the bowler, and the umpire immediately shaking the head. And in fact, it was the set batter. So the partnership broken. That long partnership between Jinal and Mitish has finally been broken. First by the run out from the arm of Uday Patel to get rid of Jinal for 59, and then the next delivery, Mitish Patel, LBW to Mittal for 22 from 29. And now has the cat been set amongst the pigeons? Can the Dallas Metroplex B claw their way back here and sneak away with a victory? incoming batter Ritesh Patel will join Nirav Patel. Nirav Patel was on the non-strikers end because the wicket previously was the run-out was at the non-strikers end. So Nirav was at the non-strikers end. He's now going to be on a strike. Nirav. Just dabbing away to short third. And the score after 12, 88 for 3. And you can hear the voices of the Dallas players just getting more and more pronounced in the outfield. They feel like they're in it, and this is not going to help them though. Just easy as you like. Just a lofting one over wide mid wicket. Just as easy as you like, lifting one over the wide mid wicket, deep mid wicket boundary. And carrying the score into the 90s now. And the first order of business is to get it over 100 and into the 100 region. That psychological mark of scoring 100. Tucked away. Fielder has to do a little bit of work, but good call from the non-striker, realizing that that fielder at a short mid had to go around to square leg to field. It's now 95 for 3. Still 3 deliveries to go in the 13th over. Nirav Patel getting into his work immediately, 7 from 3. Ritesh still to face a delivery. He'll do so now with that single. Will allow him to come on strike. Hardik Patel from the commentary booth end. And it's all happening here. And the excitement has just gone up a notch with the fall of those 2 wickets. Cut away. Well fielded. No run. Valuable dot ball. A little bit short, and it's pulled nicely. Has he picked the gap? Yes, he has. He's picked the gap at square, and a lovely shot to get his account going. Just dropping a tad too short, but sitting up and allowing him just to pull through square leg. There's a field at long leg and one in front of square on the boundary. And you can see the fielder just in front of square, letting them know why would you drop it short and why would you allow him to pull that ball. Back live now, and another single to end the over. Is it? Yes, indeed. It's the end of the 13th over. So even with the fall of the 2 wickets and that single at the end of the 13th over, bringing up the 100 on the board, is now 100 for 3. The Canadian 11 chasing 150 for victory. They now have exactly 50 runs to get from 42 deliveries. And Ritesh Patel and Nirav Patel with a pair of boundaries in that 13th over to ensure that the wickets of Jinal and Amitish meant nothing really to the scoring rate. They've steadied the ship with a couple of lusty boundaries in that 13th over. Hardik Patel, 3 overs, costing him 27 runs. I'll take the easy single. Slow fielding there, and looking for the second. And that's not good alert cricket, and being berated by not just his colleagues on the field, but some of the coaching staff, and then the scream as well coming from the Canadian team not to chance the second run. So Mittal Patel continuing from the factory end. A lot quicker this one. Tucked to leg side. The wicketkeeper is after it. Fine leg coming around, and the wicketkeeper does the fielding in the end, but not before they complete 2 runs. Some good fielding by the wicketkeeper. Had to go a mighty long way. There is no one between square leg, and the fielder at square leg is actually in front of square, just a touch, and there's no one between that fielder doing the fielding there and fine leg. So there's acres of space behind at what we would call 45, that 45-degree angle behind the bat. And a wayward delivery. Some work here for the wicketkeeper again. And it is indeed called wide by the umpire. So a bit of a mixed bag here from Mittal in this over. And just relieving the pressure of having taken 2 wickets in quick succession. Looking to turn this one offside. Just relieving the pressure here, this over from Mittal of and the previous over as well from Hardik of those 2 wickets that of 2 set batters. Flick to leg side, and it's gone away across the rope now, and boundary here for Patel. And Narav is getting into his work now. What do you mean that you have to play a couple of deliveries to steady the ship? You can just see ball, hit ball. This one he's pulled again. He doesn't get all of the timing. And down to mid wicket. And they'll pick up an easy single. Coming to the end now of the 14th over. At the end of the 14th over, Nelson on the board. 111 now for 3. And 39 runs required. 6 overs remaining. 36 balls. So just over a run a ball needed. And Nirav Patel racing away now, 15 from 8. Ritish on 6 from 4. Those 2 quick wickets in the Mittal Patel over. Jinal run out by Uday Patel, and then Mitish rocking the pad of Mittal, rocking the pad of Mitish. And those 2 set batters dismissed in quick succession, but the following couple overs since then from Hardik and Mittal have really just allowed that pressure valve to be released. Mieng will come into the bowling attack now. And he's going to be into the attack from in front of us here at the commentary booth. Lots of to and froing in the field. Fielder going into that offside, strengthening the offside field. So fielders on that offside. Miang in, short pulled, and it's going to come down to long on, and they're going to complete the 2 runs. Complete 1 run, in fact. So a wicket created here. Miang has removed the British, bowled him, clean bowled, and 6 runs from 5 deliveries. And it will bring Dhruv Patel, a name that we hear around the park all the time. And he's no mug with the bat, we can tell you that. And Miang has created the breakthrough. So even with just 38 runs required, it's not a walk in the park. 38 required from 34 deliveries, a run rate of 6.7. A run rate of 6.7 required, and still just 6 wickets remaining in hand. Anything can happen going into the death overs. Again, no run. And these dot balls, what these dot balls are going to do are just create a bit of pressure on the batters. Benefit, of course, for the Canadian 11 is that Nirav Patel is still there at the other end, at the non-striker's end. He's on 16 from 9. He's well set, you would think, looking to cut. And having a well-set batter going into the final 5 overs of the innings can mean the difference between winning and losing sometimes. Of course, this is day 1 of the LPS tournament, coming to you from the Paramveer Sporting Complex on a beautiful summer's afternoon in the beautiful southern state of Georgia. Flick leg side. Just be one. And the coaching staff and the rest of the dugout of the Canadian 11 telling them to run hard, guys, run hard. And Dhruv is finally off the mark. We've come to the end of the 15th. So 30 deliveries in the innings and 37 runs needed. Where will the pendulum end up? Will it be the Dallas Metroplex B, or will it be the Canadian 11? "30 deliveries, 37 runs required for victory. The Canadian 11 in pursuit of a 150 for victory. The Dallas Metroplex B looking for either 6 wickets or to restrict them before they get those 37 runs. Keep them to 36 runs, 35 runs, anything less than that, and the Dallas Metroplex will have a victory. And if not, it will be the Canadian 11 who will take victory in this one. So a bit of adjustments in the field as Dhruv Patel takes a strike. Slow delivery outside the off stump, and the question being asked by Dhruv of the umpire, isn't that a wide, umpire? And the umpire just gives a little bit of a shake of the head. That no, it's not a wide, Mr. Patel. It's well within the guidelines. And this one cut away. Back live here now. It's cut away down to third. And will bring them the 1 run. So Dhruv Patel, it's his 2nd run, but importantly it brings Nirav Patel, who's on 16 from 9, back on strike. So 36, which again, that's just 6 maximums. 6, you put 6 balls over the boundary and you win the game. That's as simple as it gets for the Canadian 11. Rushi Patel will have other ideas though. Slower delivery, well executed. Lovely slower delivery from Rushi Patel into the pitch. And the undoing of Nirav Patel. He was actually walking at him almost as if he was expecting him to go into the pitch. Pulled away in the air. Someone's after it. It falls into no man's land. So just a single. Half of an opportunity. Day 1 of the LPS tournament. It's gone down the leg side. Wicketkeeper gives chase. The fielder from third man comes around and completes the fielding, not before they get a couple of runs. Again, it's quite interesting, this field set, because there's no one behind 45 on the leg side, and that's meant wide open spaces. There you go. No one behind 45 on the that leg side. All the fielders on the leg side are in front of square. And then there are those fielders spread far and wide on the offside as well. In a third man, a point fielder. One on the cover point boundary, one going into short third right now. An extra cover. And a long off. It's in the air, high in the air. Someone's underneath it, and he takes the catch. And that will bring the end. And another wicket in the bag. This one struck high in the air, playing across the line to one that was going across him and getting even wider. And a lovely, easy, comfortable catch in the end in the mid-on region. And another wicket falling, so it's not time to bring out the champagne just yet. Because even though they started the final 5 overs needing just about a run a ball, 6.5 to the over. A couple of wickets have gone down since then. And an equation that was 39 from 36 has now become 33 from 24. And a required run rate of 8.25. But the most noteworthy part of the equation is that 5 wickets are down and 5 wickets are remaining. And the Canadian 11 are starting to fall away here. Ritesh Patel for 6, Dhruv Patel for 4, and Mitesh Patel in the mix as well. But those 2 wickets, since the fall of the Mitesh Patel wicket, Ritesh Patel and Dhruv Patel for 6 and 4 respectively, are they leaving too much for the man Nirav to do in the end? Looking to pull another beautiful slower delivery. Another beautiful slower delivery there. it's Miang who's continued from the commentary booth end. There he is in your frame, just directing traffic. The man Miang. He's bowled pretty well today. 3.1 overs, 19 runs, 1 wicket. What can he serve up now? Foolish, it's in the air. Fielder on it and just over his head. That fielder there at extra cover. Yeah, taking a couple of steps forward, and even though it was wide outside that off stump, he was able to meet it on the half volley and just swing it over deep mid wicket. This one in the air, going down behind point, down to the third man boundary. Yes, into the boundary now. There's the signal from the umpire, and a 6 and a 4, and 10 runs in 2 balls after a couple of dot deliveries. And it's changed the equation now. There's now 23 needed from 21. So again, 1 delivery, 2 deliveries have just changed the momentum of the innings and changed the complexion of the game. A run rate of 8.25 at the start of the over is now down to 6.57. Just over a run a ball. 23 from 21 needed. 3.5 overs to go. Nirav Patel is on the charge, and that's the man that the Canadian 11 will want on strike. He's 27 from 14, 2 fours and 2 sixes, a strike rate of 192. In the midst of all of the fall of all the wickets, Ankit Patel is at the non-striker's end. He came in at the fall of the last wicket. This one struck on the pad, a loud appeal, and the finger goes up. The finger has gone up. Is that the breakthrough that is going to give the Dallas Metroplex team a sniff at the victory? This one just keeping a tad low, and very good decision in the end from the umpire, because even though he was hit on the knee roll, it was the back leg, and the back leg was bent. Pitching in line, hitting in line, and wickets hitting, if I do say so myself. So another cog in the wheel here. 127 for 6. 23 from 21 has become a 23 from 20. More importantly in the equation, 4 wickets in hand. I did say that when the 5 overs remaining, the 30 ball remaining mark, I did say that it's 37 runs needed for the Canadian 11 or 6 wickets for the Dallas Metroplex team. And what has happened is that the Dallas Metroplex team has eked out 2 wickets since then. So now the equation, 23 from 20, 4 wickets in hand. Which way is this one going? Gunjan Patel has joined Ankit at the wicket and drives this one, but straight to that fielder at extra cover. So that man right there, Miang Patel, with a couple of crucial strikes, 2 deliveries remaining in his spell, 2 for 29. And in the context of a par score, you'll probably take that every day of the week. Driven. Again, straight to the extra cover fielder. Dot balls aplenty here in the Miang over. He's gone for 7, just under 8 runs to the over has Miang, but you will take that considering he's picked up 2 wickets. In fact, it's the end of the over, 2 for 29 in fact, and 1 over more, 1 over less. Which side of the fence are you on? If you're on a Dallas Metroplex side of the fence, that's 1 over more that you've bowled. If you're on the Canadian 11 side of the fence, that's 1 over less you have to score your runs. 23 from 18 deliveries is by no means an impossible task, but with 6 wickets down, it can be anybody's game at this point. Fielder going back onto the boundary at the 3rd. There is a fielder just behind point in the 30-yard circle, one in front of point or directly at point in the 30-yard circle. Extra cover, moving just a bit wider, more into mid-off position. And there is a straight mid-off. That's your offside field. It's in the air. It's gone over the head of that man. And the fielder on the sweeper boundary on the offside comes around and will do the cleaning up. Couple of runs in the interim. As Rushi Patel is it that continues in with his final over. Rushi Patel, in fact, finishing off his spell here now. Swung away, leg side is coming down to the fine leg boundary. 3rd man has to get around to do the fielding. Throw just a bit wide. They complete 2 runs in the interim. $129 for 6. 130 for 6. Swung away in the air, drops just short and trickles away on the offside. So some steady batting here from Ankit Patel. He's moved on to 6 from 4 deliveries. Gunjan will want to accompany him and either get him back on strike. This one on the left side, quick chance of a single. He's hit the stumps directly, and there is an unnecessary run and a direct hit, ensuring the ball went straight to that fielder, and he was well outside of his crease. Again, you can understand why they took that run, but really no need to do that, because the ball went directly to the fielder. And now you have a situation where Ankit, who was finding his way, is now run out trying to get back on strike, and it's left the target still 18 runs required from 15 deliveries. But now, in fact, 18 from 14 deliveries, but now 3 wickets in hand. That's the important part of the equation if you're a Dallas Metroplex B supporter. You want your team to get those 3 wickets. It's a worrying part of the equation if you're on the Canadian 11 side of the fence, because you now realize that your team is struggling, and you're now down into what is traditionally called the tail end of your batting lineup. Now down into the lower order batters. Here's Rushi. It's driven, and it's going to go into a gap, and they're going to get 1 run. In fact, it wasn't Ankit. Ankit was trying to get the single, but Path Patel has come in, and And it is Gunjan who was run out by Ravi Patel. Swinging for the fences is Parth Patel here. In fact, Ankit Patel swinging for the fences. At the end of the 18th over, 133 for 7. If you recall, this was just about the same score that the Dallas Metroplex team had. They were 137, in fact, at the end of 19, and they were able to get 12 off the final over to get up to 149. The Canadian 11 are going to need a similar equation here. 17 from the final 12. They were 133. In fact, they were 129 for 7. So the score's almost just about par. Yeah, the Dallas Metroplex team were 129 for 7 after 18. And then they got an over of 8 and an over of 12 to get them up to that 149 mark. This one is just outside the off stump, no run, and the equation, and you can hear the cheers. And all the Canadian players are now on the boundary rope, egging their team on and encouraging the batters in the middle, Parth and Ankit. This one struck straight back into the hands of the bowler. Another dot ball, 2 dot balls to start the over. And the equation now gets even tougher, with 17 still needed from 10 deliveries. This one high in the air, mid-off underneath it, and he's dropped it, has he? In fact, he's taken the catch. And the finger raised by the umpire. Very good in the end from the Dallas Metroplex team, taking wickets constantly. This one in the air, and that fielder just running in from mid-off, and a simple, comfortable enough catch in the end. 8 wickets now down. Still 17 runs needed. Vivek Patel will come to the middle. 3 deliveries in the over remaining. And he has no time whatsoever. He's going to have to get going from ball 1. Ankit Patel, 5 from 4. That's a strike rate in excess of 100. So Vivek may very well want to get Ankit back on strike. A bit of a couple of adjustments in the field. Nine deliveries, 17 runs, 2 wickets in hand. Dallas Metroplex team, 149 for 9, probably thought they were well short of where they wanted to be. But now they're on the verge of victory. 1 run, and in the end, that may very well be an important single, because it brings Ankit on strike. Ankit will want to finish this over in a flurry. Probably a boundary and a single to keep strike for the last over. Here he is. Strikes this one in the air. But it's fallen over the boundary rope. 6 runs. Ankit Patel, you beauty. But the job is not done. The job is not done. Inside out, over extra cover. Just taking half a step back. Clearing the front leg, giving himself room to swing the arms. And 6 runs. That means 11 now needed from 7. Hit straight back past the bowler. Come down in front of us here. They'll take a single. And there you go, exactly as I said. A boundary and a single to end the over. Exactly what you would have wanted if you're a Canadian 11 fan. And it's 141 for 8 at the end of a 19. Comparatively, they are ahead in the game by 4 runs. After 19, the Dallas Metroplex B were 137 for 8. So they're ahead by 3 runs, in fact. 4 runs. It's 141 for 8. 141 for 8. 6 deliveries, 8 runs, 9 runs. Remember, the Dallas Metroplex team got 12 off of their final over. The Canadian 11 won't need that much, but they do need 9 runs. Importantly for them, the man Ankit Patel is the one on strike. He's the one with a strike rate in excess of 100. In fact, he's a strike rate of exactly 200, having scored 12 from 6 deliveries. Fielders being moved to and fro. It will be the man Mutal Patel who will have the responsibility of the final over. 6 deliveries to defend 9 runs. Ball 1 struck down the ground. They're going for 1. Will he come back for the second? They're coming back for the second. Suicidal run. But you understand why. You want Ankit Patel on strike. But, again, the equation, just 2 wickets in hand, was it really necessary? So now you have 1 wicket in hand. Yes, you have Ankit Patel on strike. A good sacrifice run though. Sacrificing his wicket, Vivek. But he's left his team 9 wickets down and still 8 runs to get. Maybe, just maybe, he could have backed himself a little bit more, Vivek, and stood his ground, faced a delivery or 2. You never know, he could have put it to the boundary. It's done and gone now. In the air, over deep mid-wicket, into the boundary. It's signal 4. And the equation changes now. So just a boundary away. A boundary away from victory. And 4 deliveries in which to do it. The Canadian 11 are on the verge here of winning their first game in the LPS tournament here at the Paramount Sporting Complex. Again, some movement in the field, strengthening the offside. Mittal to Ankit. He's put it down the ground. Can't go back for the second. A suicidal run, and that will be it. Looking for the second run. And that is the end of that falling 3 runs short of a victory. The Canadian 11 swung away down to deep square leg, fielded and thrown in, and a bit of a confusion, not knowing whether they wanted to go for the second run or not. And in the end, the final wicket going down, the score on 146. And that means victory for the Dallas Metroplex B. And of course, a day that started with Dallas taking a first strike. And their innings was really built on the back of Nasura with 26 from 16. Hardik with 20 from 14. Steady and Workman like 22 from 24 from Harsh. Kalpesh with 43 from 33, really pushing them forward, as did Ravi 15 from 10. That's how they got to 149 in their 20 overs. 2 wickets for Ankit, 2 wickets for Vivek, and 2 wickets for Mitish. But in the end, doing enough after a partnership between Jinal and Mitish that saw the Canadian 11 comfortably perched and looking a victory squarely in the face. And that first wicket went down when the score was on 32, and then some 50 odd runs between them. In fact, the first wicket going down on 15, and a partnership in excess of 50 runs between Jitish and Mitish ensured that they got close. But in the end, they lost too many wickets too quickly in the back end of their innings. They were 111 for 3. That was then 113 for 4, 117 for 5, 127 for 6, 133 for 7, 141 for 8. And then the final 2 wickets falling in that final over via the run-out route, and falling 3 runs short. The Canadian 11, after a steady, albeit but mixed bowling effort, the Canadian 11, 3 runs short, would you believe? And they've lost their first encounter here on day 1 of the LPS tournament. In the final analysis, Dallas Metroplex B winning by 3 runs, 149 for 9. Canadian 11, 146 all out in 19.3 overs. Of course, this is a beautiful day here at the Dallas Metroplex. I beg your pardon, at the Paramveer Sporting Complex. And it's a lovely summer afternoon. It is day 1 of the LPS tournament. We are at ground 3, and we will be back in about 15 to 20 minutes time with the build-up for the second game in this day 1 of these encounters at the Paramveer Sporting Complex.
Let me just introduce Boston Trade and Design Environments are now a common family. Sudhir and I have brought about 40 years of experience to the hospitality industry and successfully have now a team of people spread over United States in many cities who can accomplish your project's FF&E requirements on a timely and budget-wise.
We're experts in renovations and conversions because we are able to take the already pre-approved design package and implement it into an existing building. We're able to problem solve, work through the wayfinding. We really think about the guest experience.
Project managers are getting involved as soon as that project gets kicked off, and they understand the needs and requirements and timelines of that project, and work with the design team to make sure those dates are met. In the hotel industry, everyone says time is money. Construction time is money. So we're really, looking at not just the product cost, but really the schedule and making sure it stays on track.
Let me just introduce Boston Trade and Design Environments are now a common family. Sudhir and I have brought about 40 years of experience to the hospitality industry and successfully have now a team of people spread over United States in many cities who can accomplish your project's FF&E requirements on a timely and budget-wise.
We're experts in renovations and conversions because we are able to take the already pre-approved design package and implement it into an existing building. We're able to problem solve, work through the wayfinding. We really think about the guest experience.
Project managers are getting involved as soon as that project gets kicked off, and they understand the needs and requirements and timelines of that project, and work with the design team to make sure those dates are met. In the hotel industry, everyone says time is money. Construction time is money. So we're really, looking at not just the product cost, but really the schedule and making sure it stays on track.
Let me just introduce Boston Trade and Design Environments are now a common family. Sudhir and I have brought about 40 years of experience to the hospitality industry and successfully have now a team of people spread over United States in many cities who can accomplish your project's FF&E requirements on a timely and budget-wise.
We're experts in renovations and conversions because we are able to take the already pre-approved design package and implement it into an existing building. We're able to problem solve, work through the wayfinding. We really think about the guest experience.
Project managers are getting involved as soon as that project gets kicked off, and they understand the needs and requirements and timelines of that project, and work with the design team to make sure those dates are met. In the hotel industry, everyone says time is money. Construction time is money. So we're really, looking at not just the product cost, but really the schedule and making sure it stays on track.
Let me just introduce Boston Trade and Design Environments are now a common family. Sudhir and I have brought about 40 years of experience to the hospitality industry and successfully have now a team of people spread over United States in many cities who can accomplish your project's FF&E requirements on a timely and budget-wise.
We're experts in renovations and conversions because we are able to take the already pre-approved design package and implement it into an existing building. We're able to problem solve, work through the wayfinding. We really think about the guest experience.
Project managers are getting involved as soon as that project gets kicked off, and they understand the needs and requirements and timelines of that project, and work with the design team to make sure those dates are met. In the hotel industry, everyone says time is money. Construction time is money. So we're really, looking at not just the product cost, but really the schedule and making sure it stays on track.
Let me just introduce Boston Trade and Design Environments are now a common family. Sudhir and I have brought about 40 years of experience to the hospitality industry and successfully have now a team of people spread over United States in many cities who can accomplish your project's FF&E requirements on a timely and budget-wise.
We're experts in renovations and conversions because we are able to take the already pre-approved design package and implement it into an existing building. We're able to problem solve, work through the wayfinding. We really think about the guest experience.
Project managers are getting involved as soon as that project gets kicked off, and they understand the needs and requirements and timelines of that project, and work with the design team to make sure those dates are met. In the hotel industry, everyone says time is money. Construction time is money. So we're really, looking at not just the product cost, but really the schedule and making sure it stays on track.
Let me just introduce Boston Trade and Design Environments are now a common family. Sudhir and I have brought about 40 years of experience to the hospitality industry and successfully have now a team of people spread over United States in many cities who can accomplish your project's FF&E requirements on a timely and budget-wise.
We're experts in renovations and conversions because we are able to take the already pre-approved design package and implement it into an existing building. We're able to problem solve, work through the wayfinding. We really think about the guest experience.
Project managers are getting involved as soon as that project gets kicked off, and they understand the needs and requirements and timelines of that project, and work with the design team to make sure those dates are met. In the hotel industry, everyone says time is money. Construction time is money. So we're really, looking at not just the product cost, but really the schedule and making sure it stays on track.
Let me just introduce Boston trade and design environments are now a common family. Sudhir and I have brought about 40 years of experience to the hospitality industry and successfully have now a team of people spread over United States in many cities who can accomplish your project's FF&E requirements on a timely and budget-wise.
We're experts in renovations and conversions because we are able to take the already pre-approved design package and implement it into an existing building. We're able to problem solve, work through the wayfinding. We really think about the guest experience.
Project managers are getting involved as soon as that project gets kicked off, and they understand the needs and requirements and timelines of that project, and work with the design team to make sure those dates are met. In the hotel industry, everyone says time is money. Construction time is money. So we're really, looking at not just the product cost, but really the schedule and making sure it stays on track.
Let me just introduce Boston trade and design environments are now a common family. Sudhir and I have brought about 40 years of experience to the hospitality industry and successfully have now a team of people spread over United States in many cities who can accomplish your project's FF&E requirements on a timely and budget-wise.
We're experts in renovations and conversions because we are able to take the already pre-approved design package and implement it into an existing building. We're able to problem solve, work through the wayfinding. We really think about the guest experience.
Project managers are getting involved as soon as that project gets kicked off, and they understand the needs and requirements and timelines of that project, and work with the design team to make sure those dates are met. In the hotel industry, everyone says time is money. Construction time is money. So we're really, looking at not just the product cost, but really the schedule and making sure it stays on track.
Let me just introduce Boston trade and design environments are now a common family. Sudhir and I have brought about 40 years of experience to the hospitality industry and successfully have now a team of people spread over United States in many cities who can accomplish your project's FF&E requirements on a timely and budget-wise.
We're experts in renovations and conversions because we are able to take the already pre-approved design package and implement it into an existing building. We're able to problem solve, work through the wayfinding. We really think about the guest experience.
Project managers are getting involved as soon as that project gets kicked off, and they understand the needs and requirements and timelines of that project, and work with the design team to make sure those dates are met. In the hotel industry, everyone says time is money. Construction time is money. So we're really, looking at not just the product cost, but really the schedule and making sure it stays on track.
Let me just introduce Boston trade and design environments are now a common family. Sudhir and I have brought about 40 years of experience to the hospitality industry and successfully have now a team of people spread over United States in many cities who can accomplish your project's FF&E requirements on a timely and budget-wise.
We're experts in renovations and conversions because we are able to take the already pre-approved design package and implement it into an existing building. We're able to problem solve, work through the wayfinding. We really think about the guest experience.
Project managers are getting involved as soon as that project gets kicked off, and they understand the needs and requirements and timelines of that project, and work with the design team to make sure those dates are met. In the hotel industry, everyone says time is money. Construction time is money. So we're really, looking at not just the product cost, but really the schedule and making sure it stays on track.
Let me just introduce Boston trade and design environments are now a common family. Sudhir and I have brought about 40 years of experience to the hospitality industry and successfully have now a team of people spread over United States in many cities who can accomplish your project's FF&E requirements on a timely and budget-wise.
We're experts in renovations and conversions because we are able to take the already pre-approved design package and implement it into an existing building. We're able to problem solve, work through the wayfinding. We really think about the guest experience.
Project managers are getting involved as soon as that project gets kicked off, and they understand the needs and requirements and timelines of that project, and work with the design team to make sure those dates are met. In the hotel industry, everyone says time is money. Construction time is money. So we're really, looking at not just the product cost, but really the schedule and making sure it stays on track.
Let me just introduce Boston trade and design environments are now a common family. Sudhir and I have brought about 40 years of experience to the hospitality industry and successfully have now a team of people spread over United States in many cities who can accomplish your project's FF&E requirements on a timely and budget-wise.
We're experts in renovations and conversions because we are able to take the already pre-approved design package and implement it into an existing building. We're able to problem solve, work through the wayfinding. We really think about the guest experience.
Project managers are getting involved as soon as that project gets kicked off, and they understand the needs and requirements and timelines of that project, and work with the design team to make sure those dates are met. In the hotel industry, everyone says time is money. Construction time is money. So we're really, looking at not just the product cost, but really the schedule and making sure it stays on track.
Let me just introduce Boston Trade and Design Environments are now a common family. Sudhir and I have brought about 40 years of experience to the hospitality industry and successfully have now a team of people spread over United States in many cities who can accomplish your project's FF&E requirements on a timely and budget-wise.
We're experts in renovations and conversions because we are able to take the already pre-approved design package and implement it into an existing building. We're able to problem solve, work through the wayfinding. We really think about the guest experience.
Project managers are getting involved as soon as that project gets kicked off, and they understand the needs and requirements and timelines of that project, and work with the design team to make sure those dates are met. In the hotel industry, everyone says time is money. Construction time is money. So we're really, looking at not just the product cost, but really the schedule and making sure it stays on track.
Let me just introduce Boston Trade and Design Environments are now a common family. Sudhir and I have brought about 40 years of experience to the hospitality industry and successfully have now a team of people spread over United States in many cities who can accomplish your project's FF&E requirements on a timely and budget-wise.
We're experts in renovations and conversions because we are able to take the already pre-approved design package and implement it into an existing building. We're able to problem solve, work through the wayfinding. We really think about the guest experience.
Project managers are getting involved as soon as that project gets kicked off, and they understand the needs and requirements and timelines of that project, and work with the design team to make sure those dates are met. In the hotel industry, everyone says time is money. Construction time is money. So we're really, looking at not just the product cost, but really the schedule and making sure it stays on track.
Well, hello and welcome back to this beautiful venue, the Paramveer Sporting Complex, just north of Atlanta Metro, just about an hour away from Atlanta proper. And it is the LPS tournament day one. 6 venues at the Paramveer Sporting Complex, and action happening on 4 of the 6 venues. This one, match number 2 at ground number 3, and it is between, as you see on your screen, the Strikers versus the Rising Stars B. And we're just about to get going. Parthiv Patel, Sandeep Patel, the Strikers, and just waiting on the confirmation of who the bowler is going to be to get us on the way. And while we wait on confirmation of the bowler, the umpire is just giving a signal to the scorers here, letting them know that we are ready to get going. And indeed, we are just about on the way as the umpire swings that right arm to allow the bowler to run in. The batter is still not quite ready. Of course, it is a T20 competition. So the first 6 overs are your batting power play, and in those first 6 overs, 2 fielders allowed outside of the 30-yard inner circle. Those 2 fielders at present, a long leg and a deep cover point on the boundary. Up and running, here we go. Driven away on the offside to that said fielder on the deep extra cover point boundary, and 1 run gets us going. So the bowler, Keaton Patel, and it is the Strikers that have taken a strike first. It can be expected when your name, your franchise name is a striker, you'd probably want to be taking strike first up. This one is short, it's in the air, the wicketkeeper goes back, and it's eluded the fielder at a short fine leg, and it's run all the way down to the fine leg boundary, but has not gotten there. Good fielding in the end. It eluded him, cleared his head, but immediately a chance created here from Keaton Patel, getting the ball to just get a bit of extra bounce, and with that extra bounce taking the top edge. Of course, he did bowl the ball quite short, so you can understand the pull shot. This one he's pulling again. This time it's gone out to deep mid wicket, and they'll come through for 1. So a few singles to get the score going. Sandeep Patel back on strike. In fact, Parthiv Patel back on strike, the right-hander. Short again, and this time along the ground, and no one out on that boundary in deep mid-wicket. So a couple of back of the length deliveries here from the man Keaton Patel, and those short deliveries allowing the pull shot. Back live now, single down to long on. So a couple of short deliveries. Here's Parthiv Patel, the left-hander. Left arm orthodox Keaton Patel. In fact, left arm seam is guided away backward of point, fielded, and Another single. So the first over, down and dusted. 10 runs are coming off the first over. And if we can take anything away from the Dallas Metro and a Canadian 11 game earlier, even when you get a brisk start and 10 runs to the over in your initial overs, it does not necessarily always mean that you're going to complete your innings with a 200 plus score, as we saw a pass score, if you will, 149 from the Dallas Metro team, and in the end they defended it astutely, some may say by some bad decisions from the Canadian 11. Some might say good cricket played by the Dallas Metro, but the Dallas Metro team, Dallas Metroplex team, having their first victory in the tournament. Of course, this is Group C. I'll go through those groups for you in a moment as we get into the second over. The tournament comprises of 4 groups, and in fact 3 groups. 2 of the groups have 4 teams, and Group C has 5 teams. I'll go through the groupings for you in a moment. Keaton Patel, 10 runs coming off of his first over. And Snehal Kumar Patel comes into the attack. He's going to be bowling from the factory end. Of course, you'll get the shot of the factory in the background. If you're just joining us, welcome. Thank you for being with us on 360 TV, Cricket 360, and the Paramveer channel as well. Driven down, and an easy single down to long off. So those groupings, as they stand, and those franchises in each group. In Group A, you have a Dallas A team, PF, Rising Stars A, and the Boston B team. In Group B, you have Dallas's B team. We just saw them earlier. Dallas Metroplex B. Offside and straight to the fielder. Bardoli Blasters, Desai 11, Canadian 11, that's Group B. We saw action in Group B on this ground earlier in the day. Swung away, and it's gone down to the man at long on, wide long on, and they'll complete the run. And then you have Group C, the Boston A, this strikers team in front of us, Atlanta Tigers, and the Rising Stars B team. Swung in the air, the wicketkeeper goes around, he calls him off. A clash of the players, and no communication, but importantly what has happened is that the catch has been taken. So the first wicket going down, and the strikers are now 12 for 1. Looking to go big, playing across the line. The wicketkeeper went, the bowler went, no communication. But in the end, the man with the gloves, the wicketkeeper, completing the catch. And you can see there, just at the end, just giving his friend a little shake, letting his bowler know, hey, it was always my catch. Importantly, we've gotten the wicket. And 12 for 1. So an early strike here, courtesy Kumar Patel, inducing the 4 shot. And it's Sandeep Patel who has to depart. A runner ball 5. Caught by wicketkeeper Sunil. Bowled by Snehal Kumar Patel. So early trouble here for the strikers. Breeze greets us here. You can hear in the Stump Effects microphone, and all the effects microphones that we have around. You can hear that breeze blowing, and it's actually blowing over the back of the batter down, and it is Neville Patel who has joined Parthiv, and Parthiv a couple of lusty blows early on, letting that one go by. So watchful, and there are two ways that you can play this. If you're Neville, you can go hard, or you can tell yourself that an early wicket has fallen, let me be watchful. And he chose, with the two remaining deliveries in that second over, to be watchful. And at the end of the second over, it's now 12 for 1, the strikers. As we get a look at the forested area just to the back of the facility, and you can see those white buildings in between the bamboo and the forested area. That's the factory, and it's going to be Patel to continue down the leg side, the left arm seamer, Keaton Patel, and the first extra of the innings. Struck on the pad, loud appeal. Seemed, to my estimation, that it pitched outside the leg stump, and a good call. Just even with the angle of the camera, you can tell that it did pitch outside the leg stump. Left arm bowler, right-handed batter. You can't get an LBW decision from there. Good call by the umpire. This one is a bit straighter, pitching on about that middle stump, and the nice shape coming back into the batter. Just tucked away on the leg side. So that natural left arm seam, and I mentioned that breeze blowing. It's coming from almost right to left, but bottom right of your screen is the direction where the breeze is coming. This one tucked away in the leg side, picked up in square leg, and one run to the total. And that breeze for the left-handed seamer is going to help the ball to swing into the left-hander in particular, because it's almost as the left-handed Patel takes strike. It's almost as if the ball, the breeze, in fact, is blowing directly into his face as he's looking up towards the bowler. And if there is any swing on offer, Keaton should extract it. This one down the ground, right past us here at the commentary booth, and into the boundary. One bounce, 4 runs. A nice looking shot there from Patel. Nice juicy half volley, if you will, and one bounce right past us. So the score now moves on to 18 for 1. Couple of deliveries to go in the third over. Swung leg side. It's gonna go mighty close to the fine leg boundary. Picked up now, and a couple of runs the result. So for the strikers, you've lost an early wicket, and Neville and Parthiv are showing that they still have that intent to score, and they're not going to be too watchful. They're not going to back themselves into a hole, looking for that swing possibly and going horribly wrong. It just seemed to slip out their hands. You can see there as he wipes his hand on the turf. You can tell that it went horribly wrong. Yeah, just slipping out the hand there. I have to bowl that one over. Swung away. Long off is after it. It's bouncing away into the boundary now. And that will bring up another boundary here. Another half volley. It was played uppishly in the air, but there's no one in that vicinity, and that boundary will bring us to the end of the third over, halfway through the power play. And the strikers taking strike first are 25 for 1. It will be Snehal Kumar Patel to continue from that factory in. And he starts with a wide. So in the previous over, the wide delivery and the extra delivery costing them a boundary. What's going to happen with the extra delivery in this, the fourth over? Swung away leg side. It's beat the fielder at square leg and into the boundary. So again, just a little bit too short on that occasion. And allowing the batter just to free the arms, swing through. And beat the fielder at a square leg. So boundaries beginning to flow a bit more here now for the strikers. Cut away in the air, just short of the fielder at point. One run the result in the end. Score moves up to 31 for 1 now. Kumar Patel with that first wicket, inducing the false shot. He's bowled. No, he hasn't. It struck him on the pad, and half of an appeal. Just seemed to be drifting with the angle. Yeah, just hitting him on the back leg, but seemed to be with the curve and a little bit of swing that it would have swung past that leg stump. This one driven down the ground. So in the mix of getting a couple of boundaries, the strikers have been able, even with the loss of the early wicket, they've been able to rotate the strike. Sandip Patel, the one dismissed so far. So I'm pulled again, straight to the square leg fielder. I was mentioning at the fall of that wicket, there were a few deliveries in the over remaining, and Parthiv and Neville could have just gone into a shell and thought, hey, we've lost an early wicket, let's just be watchful. In the end, they've seen out the remaining 4 overs, the remaining 3 overs since that wicket. 4 overs now complete, 32 for 1. A run rate of exactly 8 to the over. It looks to be that Ketan Patel will get a third over, will he? No, it won't be Ketan. There's going to be a change in the bowling from this commentary booth end. The commentary booth end. As opposed to the factory end. In the air, and it's gone all the way over mid-wicket and into the other playing ground, and the umpire is looking. Is he going to signal? Yes, he does. He signals a 6. So Akash Patel, first delivery, conceding 6 runs. Neville Patel getting in to his innings off the edge, and is going past the fielder at short third. But another opportunity being created here. Yeah, just skewing off the outside edge of the bat, high up on the bat near the stickers, and over the head of both the fielder at the short third and the one at point. This one is gone along the ground, and it's going to be a retrieval job here for the man at long off. So not good going here in the early exchange for Akash Patel. He's conceded a few boundaries here to start his spell, and the scoring rate has gone up, and the score is now not just ticking over, it's motoring along. It's now 44 for 1. Swung leg side, and past the man at 45. Another boundary here. Runs are flowing. Just really helping it along, because it was going down the leg side. And just really helping it around the corner, if you will. And picking up four more runs, 44 for 1. As the breeze picks up once again. This one in the air. The man at long on is a mere bystander. And he will retrieve the ball now. And Patel is on the go, dispatching his namesake. So he's gone short, he's gone down the leg side, he's now offered up another one just in the slot, really, if you will. And clearing that fielder at long off, long on to be exact. 48 for 1. In the air, the wicketkeeper goes after it, and it falls into no man's land. And that will bring us to the end of an eventful 5th over. 1 over remaining in the power play. The 50 coming up in that over. 54 for 1. 33 to Neville Patel from 13 deliveries, and 13 for Parthiv Patel. And Akash Patel, his first over, his only over so far, going for 22. 2 sixes, 2 fours, and a couple of runs. By far early going, but by far the most expensive over of the first 5. That scoring rate that was in and around 8 has now shot up to just under 11. And they will be looking and hoping, the strikers, that they can continue this momentum and get possibly in excess of 200, which will be a very competitive score. Here's one. Snehal Kumar Patel has bowled 2 overs for 9 runs, so he's been the best of the bowlers so far. This one swung leg side, and count them, 1, 2, 3, and that's 4 more runs. So even the most economical bowler of the lot so far, he is coming in for some tap here now. Nine runs from his first 2 overs and conceding a boundary off the second ball of his 3rd over. Swung around. Again, no fielder at 45. And there's the fielder now running across the short fine leg. You'll be at short 3rd with the single. The left-hander is on strike. But there is no one at the 45-degree angle, short fine leg or fine leg. So there's acres of space between the backward square leg and all the way around to the short 3rd man. And it's that direction that the ball has gone, past that fielder at backward square. And count them again. 1, 2, 3, and 4 more added to the total. I was just speaking about that gap that exists backward of square, and as I say that, the ball is played right in that spot. It had to be said that Patel was not good with his line nor his length. Here he is live, and this one has gone all the way over the fielders, and 6 more runs. It's a batting clinic here for the moment. That 6 brings up the end of the over. Just in the slot, just had to clear the front leg ever so slightly and swing wherever he wanted. The end of the power play, and a very successful power play. In fact, this will be the end of the power play. 1 down the ground, and just 1. So the end of the power play now, with that single down to long on, and 72 for 1, and another expensive over coming from Snehal Kumar Patel on this occasion. 2 sixes and a 4. 18 from that over to complete the power play. And now all the bowlers are really coming in for some tap, coming in for a bit of a licking here. 72. The run rate has skyrocketed to 12 to the over. That means that you're looking at about 240 if they continue at this rate of knots. Strikers versus the Rising Stars B in the LPL tournament, the LPS tournament at the Paramveer Sporting Complex in Georgia. And Neville Patel, 44 from 16 deliveries, 5 4s and 3 6s, 275 his strike rate, has been the aggressor. And the reason that at the end of the power play, the score being a 72 for 1. This one short and wide, and it is called a wide by the umpire. And his 44 from 16, not to be undone by 20 from 15 from Parthiv Patel. And it is now another short and wide one. Ashish Patel has come into the bowling attack, and he started with 2 wides. That one is definitely another wide. Yes, it will be called a wide. So searching for options here, the skipper. He's turned to Ashish, and Ashish has started with 3 wide deliveries. He hasn't bowled a legal delivery in this over just yet, and that can be worrying. This one swung down to long on, 1 bounce, fielded, and a couple of runs. So first legal delivery here from Ashish. And this time another wide one going around the wicket to the right-hander. Decided to go back over the wicket to the right-handed Parthiv, and his only his second legal delivery, 76 on the board. And again wide, and this time is going to cost him more than just 1 run. Because they have run 1, looking for the second. They don't complete the second, so that's going to be the wide and the run that the batters crossed. So 76 should be 77, should be 79 now. It was 77, and then those 2 runs. This one is going to be called a no ball. It should be called a no ball. Yes, indeed, it is a no ball. Of course, if the ball pitches outside of the cut strip, it's a no ball. In this instance, it didn't pitch at all. And on its trajectory, it would have definitely pitched outside of the cut strip. This one a little bit down the leg side. It's in the air, and it's gone all the way over mid-wicket. And another boundary. So the Rising Stars B team in the field, they are looking at a daunting task. At the start of this over, the run rate was 12, and it's now shot up to 12.5. In fact, it's now shot up well over 13. Another wide one. And what the captain has done, in fact, it's a no ball, and I think again that's similar to the other no ball. It's pitched outside of the cut strip. Of course, we get the opportunity to look at it. Was it outside of the cut strip? I think the umpires got that one wrong though. Back live and a single take on. So it probably would have been for the front foot more than anything, and the free hit not yielding much or not costing much depending on the side of the fence you sit, and just a single of the free hit. 88 for 1. Again another wide, and this is a marathon over. Five wide deliveries and a couple of no balls in this over. He's now bowled 11 balls in the over. Still 2 legal deliveries to go. Swung in the air and clearing the fielders down on that leg side into ground number 4. And itching up ever so closely to that 100-run mark. Just swung away in the air over square leg. And finally, the over comes to an end. Very expensive marathon long over. 7 overs completed. 96 for 1. The Strikers. As the strong breeze picks up here at the Paramvir Sporting Complex. A projected score for the Strikers of a 274. And at the rate that they're going, the previous over costing 24 runs. 75 to 90% in fact of that over was off of extras, and in that over as well, the man Neville Patel brought up his 50. We didn't even realize that he had brought up his 50. There were so many extras in the over, and Parthiv Patel, who's on strike now, Parthiv Patel on strike is his strike rate is also over 100. So he's just gonna knock it around, you think, and give most of the strike to his fellow compatriot Nivel. $97 for 1. Dev Patel is coming to the bowling attack from the factory end. Lovely executed slower delivery from Dev Patel. Well within those wide guidelines. Neville on 58 from 23. Looking to swing. The ball definitely not there for that type of shot, you don't think. Just pulling his length back just ever so slightly, even as he took the step towards the ball. It's definitely not there for that shot. Probably deceived in flight just a bit. This one he's looking just to turn into the offside. Gets a touch. Gets a touch on the inner edge of the bat. Dev Patel with a couple of nice change-ups in this over. He's showing his compatriots this is what you need to do. This one guided in the offside, and it'll just be one. But Dev Patel here has really done well in this over. Just the 2 runs from it so far. And he's mixed up his pace magnificently in this over. In fact, it's the end of the over. Just 3 runs coming from the over. And one of the things he did well, 99 for 1 at the end of 8, Dev Patel, is that he mixed his pace up. Bowled a couple of slower deliveries, then a quick one. He dropped it a tad short, and he put it up to the bat. And he's been the pick of the bowlers so far. Just the 1 over. But he's definitely let his fellow bowlers know that this is how you do it. This is how you outsmart the batters. Partiv Patel, 23 from 20. Neville Patel, 59 from 25. His strike rate has come down a bit. So now just a meager 236, his strike rate, compared to the 250 it was 2 to 3 overs ago. Floated up down the leg side and another wide. That wide will bring up the 100. So 100 on the board. And Aman Patel has come into the bowling attack, and he's done pretty much what other bowlers have done. This one floated up, a low full toss. In fact, it ends up being a yorker and a loud appeal. But the batter definitely outside the line of the off stump on that occasion. This one is dropped a bit short, and it's pulled and it's beat. In fact, it's caught down there at a fine leg, and a wonderful innings here comes to an end. Pulled at a short one, and it went all the way down to fine leg, and a very well judged catch in the end down there at a fine leg. And the second wicket now going down. Neville Patel for 50. In fact, it's Partiv Patel for 23 from 22. And a well played innings, because he played that supporting role, and in playing the supporting role to Neville Patel, he kept his strike rate, did Partiv, over 100. Darpan Patel is the one slotted to come in next, and we just await the confirmation that it is Darpan. But Aman Patel has come into the attack, and he has been able to create the breakthrough here, inducing the pull shot. Ball just sat up. It asked to be pulled. Maybe he could have been cutting at it, and maybe he could have played it to the leg side. Gets a little bit of a congratulations as back live, and another 6 in the score continuing to motor along here. It's now 106 for 2. So the Rajan Patel is the one, in fact, who's come in, and he's gotten going immediately. Floated up, pulled down to the leg side again. So 1 ball, 6 runs, second ball, single. Good intelligent cricket from Rajan Patel. Moving to and fro the fielders. But the way the strikers are batting here, you can put all the fielders out on the boundary and it probably will not matter much. Floated up outside the off stump and a wide signal by the umpire. That has been the modus operandi, and that has been the common denominator in this innings. 12 wides, 2 no balls so far in an innings of this one up in the air, and the fielders converging, and it's dropped. Would you believe it? A chance created, and that chance created goes a begging as the fielders converged right in front of the commentary booth. You can see long on running around, long off coming around, and long on called for it and put it down. How costly will that be? It's already costly considering that the score is well over 100 after 8 overs. Struck on the pad and given. So another breakthrough. Another breakthrough here for the Rising Stars B team. And we're just a bit obscured by the vision. Obscured because of the non-striker. But what's important is the man in the middle. The umpire has the best view. Even if we can't see it. As we see the non-striker calling for the third umpire, but unfortunately we don't have that facility here. But the man in the middle is the one who matters. That gentleman with the red long sleeve and the wide brim hat seemed to hit him full on the toe. The non-striker obscuring the vision and the line of sight that we do have. So third wicket now going down. Score on 109, and that brings us to the end of the 9th over, in fact. And Rajan Patel doesn't last very long. 6 runs off of his first delivery, and then the single, and then once he got back on strike, didn't trouble the scorers after that. But a bit of a cameo, if you will, 7 from 3. Importantly for the strikers is that Neville Patel is still there. Nrupal Patel has come in to the middle, and he will be facing up possibly to Dev Patel. Will you go with Dev Patel? Dev Patel has been the most economical bowler. His 1 over costing just the 3 runs. I would definitely want to continue with Dev Patel. Swung, missing everything. And indeed it is Dev Patel who continues. And this is what he's done. His first over, bowled 6 different deliveries. Not one delivery was the same pace. Not one delivery was the same length or line. And that's what you have to do to outfox the batters of this strikers unit who are coming really hard. This one in the air, and it eludes the fielder at long off. And another boundary. So after we've spoken up the bowler Dev Patel with how good he's been, we now see him falling a victim to another boundary. This time off the bat of you guessed it, Neville Patel. Neville strikes this one again in the gap. Straight to the fielder at the cover point boundary. Does well to come around. Narupal on strike here now. First delivery he'll face. And he hits this one straight back over the head of the bowler. Long on, long off. Neither of them will get there. And Narupal Patel has gotten into the act immediately. Lovely looking shot. It was in the slot. And he just leaned into it. Straight back over the bowler's head. As easy as you like. And 4 more. And the carnage continues here from the strikers. Struck on the pad, loud appeal. Quick single, and he's hit the batter. Now the question will be asked, did the batter change direction? I don't think he did. And once he does not change direction, he's going to be okay. Struck on the pad, and yeah, the batter is running in a straight line, so even though he's hit the batter, there's no chance of appealing for the batter changing direction and coming in the line of the throw. This one down the leg side. Another wide, and this innings has been littered by a number of wides. It was that man Ashish Patel who bowled an over with 8 extras, 6 wides and 2 no balls. This one lovely through the covers, as easy as you like. It's all too easy for this strikers team at the moment. Full toss and driven through the covers all along the ground, and that boundary will bring us to the end of another over. And at the end of yet another over, Neville Patel has moved on to 69 from 30 deliveries. Rupal has moved on to 5, and the score up to 124 for 3. It is the halfway stage in the innings. 10 overs completed, 124 on the board. Can hear all the breeze in the background, and the breeze has now changed the direction, in fact. The breeze has now changed the direction. It was coming from bottom right across the top left. It's now coming from directly over the bowler's arm. And that's something that the batters will want to be aware of, hitting into the wind. Albeit that the boundaries are quite short, probably just about 60 meters. Some of the facilities here, beautiful facility here at the Paramvir Sporting Complex. At a couple of the grounds, the boundaries are as short as 55 meters. In the air, and it's going to come straight down in front of us here, and it's going to be just the single. Yeah, a couple of the boundaries are quite short in a couple of the fields. There are 6 playing surfaces here, and for this LPS tournament in use will be 4 of the 6. Struck in the air, it's gone in fact, and another 6 runs signaled by the umpire. I was ducking for cover because it was coming in our direction. I think our cameraman was ducking for cover as well because it was going somewhere on this side of the ground. 6 runs nonetheless. Looking to sweep and doesn't make any connection. But 55-meter boundaries, you would expect that most professional cricketers should be able to clear the boundaries with ease, even with a mishit. And so far, that's exactly what's been happening from these strikers, batters, in particular, Neville Patel. He's been aided by the fact that there have been a number of extras, 16 total extras in the innings so far. This one is coming in our direction again, and it's gone well past us. Swung straight and towards us here. You see just past us in the commentary booth as well. So the end of yet another over, and that's the end of 11 overs now. 139 for 3. Already 10 fours and 9 sixes in the innings. That's cumulatively just about 90 runs coming in boundaries. This one out to long leg and will be fielded by the deep backward square leg fielder. But 54 runs off of sixes and 40 runs from fours. That's well in excess. That's in excess of 90 runs coming by way of boundaries in this one. It is Dev Patel, who's been the pick of the bowlers. He did take a bit of a licking in his last over, going for 17. But his first over was just 3 runs. Snehal Kumar Patel also had a very economical over of just 7 runs. Wide call, and the wides continue to pile up here. Kumar had an over of 2 runs. He also had an over of 7 runs. Dev Patel had an over of 3 runs. And those are the only 3 overs in this innings that have gone for anything in single digits. Swung into the offside, straight to the fielder. All the other overs have gone in excess of 10 runs. This over in progress, the 12th over, is just 4 from it so far. They'll be hoping to keep it down to single digits. The second over, 2. The fourth over, 7. The 8th over, 3. And this over, the 12th over, 4 runs. Still with 3 deliveries to go. In fact, 4 deliveries to go. Make that still 4 deliveries to go with the wide. And the wides continue to pile up. "12 wides in the innings." That's 2 extra overs already bowled by the Rising Stars B team. Pulled. It's going to beat the fielder, is it? Yes, it does. Up onto the hill in the direction of ground number 4. And another boundary. And there is no relenting presently, as the 150 is now well within sight. In fact, the 150 coming up with that boundary. In the air, down to the fielder. 1 bounce, 2 bounces. He fumbles. Do they go back for the second? No, they don't. They decide against it. So the 150 coming up with that boundary, the previous delivery. And then the single. So 73 now for Neville Patel. Maybe harboring thoughts with still 8.5 overs to go. Well, 8 overs and 2 deliveries now to go. He may be harboring thoughts, Neville, of getting to probably the first century of the tournament. Down the leg side, and the wides continue. And haven't gotten any word from any of the other grounds that anyone has scored in excess of 100 yet. But it will be some feat to get to 100. 100 in any format of the game is always a special moment. In the air. And over the head of the fielder, down into the forested area. And 6 more. That 6 will bring us to the end of the over. Neville Patel just continues along his merry way. 158 for 3 at the end of 12. In fact, it's 164 for 3 after 12. In fact, there is 1 delivery to go. It is 158. And Neville is on 79. And he pulls this one powerfully. And it will go down to the mid-wicket region. And we now officially have the end of the 12th over. And again, the umpires are human. They are allowed to make a mistake or two. Neville has moved on to 80, and the score has moved on now to 159 for 12. $159 after 12, 159 for 3 after 12. Clean bowled to start the 13th over. Just a quick look at the umpires, because we have had so many wides and so many no balls. And Rupal Patel, in fact, is it Rupal or Nivelle? I get the confirmation in a moment. But the 4th wicket now down. 159. And Jainil Patel has come into the attack, and his first delivery is that of removing the set batter in Neville Patel. 80 bowled by Jainil Patel from 36 deliveries, 7 fours and 6 sixes, a strike rate of 222.22. But definitely a wonderful innings to be a part of, to have the honor of sitting and look at this young man striking the ball to all parts. And almost as if to put the commentator's curse on him, we were talking in the previous over about him harboring thoughts of getting to that milestone of 100, chatting about 100 in any format of cricket, whether it be test matches, 50 over cricket, T20 cricket, or even T10 cricket. Getting to 100 is always a special moment, but it won't be so today for Neville Patel, going for 80. And the score now 159 for 4 out to the middle. He'll face up to Jainil Patel. This one struck into the covers and looking to get off the mark. Sent back. The non-striker was eager, and the batter Darpan was not that eager to get off the mark. Of course, there was no run in it. It went straight to the extra cover fielder. It would have been suicidal, that run. This one outside edge of the bat, and down to short third. Of course, 1 wicket usually brings 2 wickets, and you add 2 wickets to the score, it always changes the complexion of the game. And strikers will not want to make that mistake. No unnecessary runs, no unnecessary wickets at this point. You've already gotten a beautiful start. This one, outer half of the bat in the air, and would you believe it? He's put it down. He has put down probably the simplest of catches he'll ever get in his lifetime. Quite simple. Coming off the outer edge of the bat in the air, looping up, straight in, straight out. And that there is probably going to be ruled by the Rising Stars. How much will that cost them? Simplest of drop catches, you would think. So 162 for 4 now at the end of the over, is it? Yes, indeed, it is the end of the over. So Jainal Patel with an over of just 4 runs, 1 wicket. Could have been 2, in fact. It should have been 2. But in the midst of all the carnage at 163 for 4 after 13 overs, I think if you're the captain of the Rising Stars B, you'll take that 1 over for 4 runs and 1 wicket. You would have loved that it'd be 2 wickets, and the score could have read 5 wickets down. But I think everyone is allowed at some point, even the best of cricketers in the international arena, even they put down catches from time to time. Just a bit of a change in gloves for the batters, and also change in gloves for the batter, and the umpire doing the needful. You get a glimpse there, ground number 4. Game presently ongoing in ground number 4. And the umpire helping out the situation. And back live here now, back mid-pitch. Floated up, full toss in the air. Where's it gone? It's gone over the boundary. 6 runs. So what's the signal from the square leg umpire? It has not been signaled a no ball. So it's just the 6 runs. Of course, so we get the chance to look at it. And it seemed to me that it was well above the waist high. The umpire didn't see it that way. I didn't see any signal that it was a free hit. Yeah, so just 6 runs and then that single. I thought to myself it was a no ball. Struck on the pad. Finger goes up immediately. That was probably the quickest and easiest decision the umpire had. The only thing he had to decide was he far enough down, and in fact he's not far enough down in the estimation of the umpire. The finger going up almost instantaneously. So another wicket going down here, and it just seems to be falling away slightly for the strikers. From 99 for 1, and they are now 70 for 5, 170 for 5. So 5 wickets going down in the space of 6 overs for 71 runs. At the end of the 8th over, they were 99 for 1. It's now halfway through the 14th, and they're 170 for 5. So less than 6 overs, in fact. 5-4 for 71. Struck on the pad again, and it's almost an instant replay here. It's almost an instant replay. Instantaneously. Just seem to put it just right there, wicket to wicket, and instantaneously the finger goes up, and another batter. I think maybe it may have just been slipping down leg. That may be the concern. Let's take a look. With the angle, possibly slipping down leg, but the umpire is in the best position, and he gets to make the call. You'd be the judge of it yourself. Was it sliding down with the arm? Instantaneous finger from the umpire. So now 5 wickets down in the space of under 6 overs, and the score now 170 for 6, and it just seems to be falling away here. There's still 6 overs and 2 deliveries to go, and the strikers might be in a bit of danger here, as a Sunil Patel, the one who's coming to the attack, his first over. 7 runs he's conceded in 4 deliveries, but more importantly 2 key wickets. Two LBWs, Darpan Patel for 2 and Sagar Patel for naught. Bhavin Patel has come to the crease. Nrupal Patel is still there, not out on 34 from a 13. But this man, Sunil Patel, is doing the business here and getting into the middle order. A couple of LBWs. This is the second one. You get to be the judge of it yourself. An instantaneous finger from the umpire is undoing. Back live, and this one just tucked down there, back to the bowler. Offside, down to the point, cover point boundary, and just a single. So now officially we've had 14 overs, and at the end of 14, 171 for 6. Sunil Patel's first over is only over so far, 2 for 8, and Jainil Patel 1 over 4 runs and 1 wicket. You would think that the skipper would want to continue with Jainil and Sunil Patel. They've been by far the most economical of the bowlers. Yes, Sunil went for 8 runs in his over, but picked up 2 important wickets. And Jainil Patel it is indeed, who will come back into the bowling lineup. All along the ground, straight to extra cover. This one floated up. We're going to have to look at the square leg umpire, but this one helped around the corner and into the boundary now, and it is a signal, the 4 runs. Is there a signal coming for a no ball? There's no signal from the umpire. Did it just dip down below the waist? Let's take a look. Looked a bit high to me, but helped off the hit and down to the boundary. So no ball. That's twice that I think the umpires just missed a couple there. This one along the ground, and it's gone into the boundary for 4. This one just seemed to stay a tad low, but even with a bit of an invariable bounce, the result the same. It just seemed to scoot off of that good length, and away to the mid-wicket boundary it went. This one is guided backward of point, and an easy single in the end. So even with a bit of invariable bounce, still managing another boundary, and the score moving up ever so closely to 200. And because of that start, and the fact that even Nirupal Patel, who is well over a 200 strike rate, he is allowed some time here with quite a few overs to go. Now getting down, there's the wide now signal by the umpire. So after the next illegal delivery, there'll be 5 overs remaining, and they're at 181. You'd expect them to get up over that 200 mark. Of course, a runner ball from here on out will get them to 210. Thereabout. In fact, is it the over? Yes, indeed, it's the over. 182 for 6. A runner ball from here on out will get them to 212, in fact. A lot of the dependence on scoring will be on the back of Nirupal Patel, who is on 39 from 15. He has 5 overs. He'll want to follow in the footsteps of his compatriot Neville Patel, who scored 80. He will want to get himself a half century here, Nirupal. Sunil Patel, is it? There's a little bit of an appeal, and not given. Sunil Patel it is. Was coming to the bowling. Or he continues with the bowling. Took up those 2 wickets in his last over. So on full toss, powerfully struck. 6-run signal by the square leg umpire. There you go. He's in a better position than the standing umpire. But still up a nice juicy full toss was Patel. And he's paid the price for it, has Sunil Patel. Just nice juicy full toss. And put away with a disdain over mid-wicket. And Nirupal Patel has gone into the 40s now. Just 1 strike away. It's in the air. Somebody is under it. Who is coming for it? And nobody gets there in the end. And it's fallen into, would you believe it's fallen into no man's land? Up in the air and in between no one. This one struck directly back, and it's struck the umpire on his leg. It's all happening here. The chance created. We hope that the umpire is okay. The batter just giving him a little tap on the back. Just a little bit of an apology. Of course, you don't think that he was trying to hit the umpire. Just trying to get the ball as straight as possible, hit as straight as possible. I think the umpire stopped 4 there because even with long on and long off being quite straight, the power in that shot. Inside out and into the extra cover boundary now, and Patel gets another boundary. A lovely looking shot. One of the most difficult shots to play in cricket. Inside out, over extra cover. A bit of a flamenco there, just getting that back leg in the air. Back live now. And that single will bring Dhruval Patel within 1 of his half century. In fact, he is still 2 runs away from his half century. The end of the over. It's 196 for 6, the strikers, after 16. So finally, the breakthrough coming. At the start of the 17th over. Game number 2 on ground number 3 on day 1 of the LPS tournament. And it's Jainal Patel who's created the breakthrough, and he has his second wicket. So Jainal Patel has created the breakthrough, and it's Bhavin Patel caught and bowled Jainal Patel. I think the scorers got that one wrong. It's not a caught and bowl, it's actually a bowl by Jainal Patel. But it was definitely caught on the boundary. And now 7 wickets down, 196 for 7. And Dhruval Patel is joined by Uday Patel. And Dhruval is on 48 from his 19 deliveries faced. Flicked away leg side. And Uday Patel is off the mark immediately. And Bhavin Patel 11 from 9 deliveries. Bit of a cameo. In the air. And past the short third man fielder. It's going into the boundary now. And that will be 50 for Naruval Patel. 52 for Narupal from 20 deliveries. 3 fours and 5 mighty sixes. And he's gotten his strike rate up to 260. And he's followed in the footsteps of his partner, Neval Patel, who he had a wonderful partnership with. And having gotten to 50, he skies one into the hands of the man at mid-off. And the wicket going down as he's gotten to the landmark, scooping one up in the air. And you can see the bowler there just looking at his mid-off fielder. And a lovely innings coming to an end here from Nirupal Patel. And it's ensured with that boundary as well, bringing up not just his 50, but bringing up the 200 for the strikers. So whatever happens from here on out with the remaining 3.5 overs, the remaining 3 overs, 2 deliveries, the Rising Stars B will have to go at better than 10 runs to the over. At present, the current run rate is 12.1. There are 3 overs to go, but they only have 2 wickets in hand. So 200 on the board, they will need in excess of 10 runs to the over, the Rising Stars B. Nikunj Patel has come to the middle to join Uday Patel. And Jainil Patel has 3 in the bag, 2.4 overs, 3 for 20. And again, definitely you can say he is the pick of the bowlers on the day. By way of economy rate, he has the best economy rate of 7.5. And he's also picked up 3 wickets. Still 2 deliveries to go. I tell you something, he takes 2 wickets with these 2 deliveries. He'll not only get a hat-trick, but he'll get a fifer. In the air, and 1 bounce to the man at long off. So no hat-trick, no chance of a hat-trick, no chance of a fifer either, at least not in this over. He'll still have the opportunity for a fifer. This is the end of his 3rd over coming here. And Jainil Patel ends yet another successful over. The end of the 17th over. And the score now 202 for 8. Jainil Patel 3 for 21 from his 3. He'll have 1 more over. That's of course if the next 2 wickets, the remaining 2 wickets of the strikers, if they don't go down in this over, you would expect that the 19th and penultimate over would be bowled by Jainil Patel. And he's going to have that opportunity to get a 5-wicket haul. And just like the century for a batter, a 5-wicket haul for a bowler in any format of cricket is always a special occasion as well. I myself a bit partial to the bowlers. Having done a bit of bowling in my time playing competitive cricket all those years back in school days. So Nikunj Patel and Uday Patel don't have to do anything too out of the ordinary. They can afford to probably take a runner ball from here on out. Looking to swing big, and the finger goes up again. Just as I was saying, do nothing out of the ordinary, and don't do anything stupid would be the word to use. He's looking to play across the line. Is Patel struck on the pad, and almost a typical tail-ender's shot, that one. Just looking to go big, and struck plumb in front. Nikunj Patel has to depart. In fact, it's Uday Patel, LBW to Sunil Patel. Nikunj is still there on 2 from 2. And Sunny Patel. Sunny comes to the crease with 1 wicket remaining and 4 balls remaining in this over. So Sunil Patel, just like Jainal Patel, now has himself a 3-for. And with just 1 wicket remaining, neither of them can get a 5-wicket haul today. But they have bowled well. They have been the pick of the bowlers, Sunil Patel and Jainal Patel. In the air, this should be taken. And it drops just short, has it? Yeah, it's dropped just short of that fielder down there at long on. Ball him! And that will be all she wrote for the innings of the strikers. Sunil Patel has himself a 4-wicket haul, 4 for 25 from 2.5 overs, along with his spin mate Jainal Patel. They have taken 7 wickets between them for 46 runs, and that in itself has not done much of an indentation into the final analysis and the final score, because the strikers have still managed to get up to 205, and that 205 coming because of 80 from Nivel Patel from 36 deliveries, 7 fours and 6 sixes, and Nurval Patel 52 from 21 deliveries, 3 fours and 5 sixes, and aided and abetted by 18 wides and 2 no balls from the Rising Stars bowlers. And 7 of the 8 overs going for under 10 runs, all 11 overs other than that going for in excess of 10 runs to the over, and 3 of those going for in excess of 20 runs to the over. And a good effort, a good comeback effort by the Rising Stars B to actually bowl out the strikers. But they have a daunting task ahead of them. And that daunting task is to get 206 in their 20 overs for victory. And what we will do is in this moment we will take a short break, and in about 15 to 20 minutes we will rejoin you, and when we rejoin you, you will have that run chase.
Let me just introduce Boston Trade and Design Environments are now a common family. Sudhir and I have brought about 40 years of experience to the hospitality industry and successfully have now a team of people spread over United States in many cities who can accomplish your project's FF&E requirements on a timely and budget-wise.
We're experts in renovations and conversions because we are able to take the already pre-approved design package and implement it into an existing building. We're able to problem solve, work through the wayfinding. We really think about the guest experience.
Project managers are getting involved as soon as that project gets kicked off, and they understand the needs and requirements and timelines of that project, and work with the design team to make sure those dates are met. In the hotel industry, everyone says time is money. Construction time is money. So we're really, looking at not just the product cost, but really the schedule and making sure it stays on track.
Let me just introduce Boston Trade and Design Environments are now a common family. Sudhir and I have brought about 40 years of experience to the hospitality industry and successfully have now a team of people spread over United States in many cities who can accomplish your project's FF&E requirements on a timely and budget-wise.
We're experts in renovations and conversions because we are able to take the already pre-approved design package and implement it into an existing building. We're able to problem solve, work through the wayfinding. We really think about the guest experience.
Project managers are getting involved as soon as that project gets kicked off, and they understand the needs and requirements and timelines of that project, and work with the design team to make sure those dates are met. In the hotel industry, everyone says time is money. Construction time is money. So we're really, looking at not just the product cost, but really the schedule and making sure it stays on track.
Let me just introduce Boston Trade and Design Environments are now a common family. Sudhir and I have brought about 40 years of experience to the hospitality industry and successfully have now a team of people spread over United States in many cities who can accomplish your project's FF&E requirements on a timely and budget-wise.
We're experts in renovations and conversions because we are able to take the already pre-approved design package and implement it into an existing building. We're able to problem solve, work through the wayfinding. We really think about the guest experience.
Project managers are getting involved as soon as that project gets kicked off, and they understand the needs and requirements and timelines of that project, and work with the design team to make sure those dates are met. In the hotel industry, everyone says time is money. Construction time is money. So we're really, looking at not just the product cost, but really the schedule and making sure it stays on track.
Let me just introduce Boston Trade and Design Environments are now a common family. Sudhir and I have brought about 40 years of experience to the hospitality industry and successfully have now a team of people spread over United States in many cities who can accomplish your project's FF&E requirements on a timely and budget-wise.
We're experts in renovations and conversions because we are able to take the already pre-approved design package and implement it into an existing building. We're able to problem solve, work through the wayfinding. We really think about the guest experience.
Project managers are getting involved as soon as that project gets kicked off, and they understand the needs and requirements and timelines of that project, and work with the design team to make sure those dates are met. In the hotel industry, everyone says time is money. Construction time is money. So we're really, looking at not just the product cost, but really the schedule and making sure it stays on track.
Let me just introduce Boston Trade and Design Environments are now a common family. Sudhir and I have brought about 40 years of experience to the hospitality industry and successfully have now a team of people spread over United States in many cities who can accomplish your project's FF&E requirements on a timely and budget-wise.
We're experts in renovations and conversions because we are able to take the already pre-approved design package and implement it into an existing building. We're able to problem solve, work through the wayfinding. We really think about the guest experience.
Project managers are getting involved as soon as that project gets kicked off, and they understand the needs and requirements and timelines of that project, and work with the design team to make sure those dates are met. In the hotel industry, everyone says time is money. Construction time is money. So we're really, looking at not just the product cost, but really the schedule and making sure it stays on track.
Let me just introduce Boston Trade and Design Environments are now a common family. Sudhir and I have brought about 40 years of experience to the hospitality industry and successfully have now a team of people spread over United States in many cities who can accomplish your project's FF&E requirements on a timely and budget-wise.
At not just the product cost, but really the schedule and making sure it stays on track.
As we welcome you back here to the Paramveer Sporting Complex in the beautiful southern state of Georgia. It is the Strikers versus the Rising Stars B, and the Strikers amassed 205 all out in their 17.5 overs that they managed to complete. 80 to Neville Patel, 52 to Nrupal Patel, and 11 from 9 for Bhavin Patel. The mainstays, 23 from 22 for Parthiv Patel at the top of the order. That definitely was the backbone of their innings, the 4 players to get into double figures. And 3 wickets for Jainal Patel for 21 from 3, and 4 for 25 from the man Sunil Patel, 2.5 overs. They were the ones who pegged it back in their overs bowled. Just a total of 5.5 overs between them, and just some 46 runs and 7 wickets. They made the difference between a score of 205, albeit a daunting total. They made the difference between 205 and possibly a score in excess of 250 in the final analysis. As you see, the players, the umpires, the batters and the fielders are all back on the field, and the run chase being imminent as a couple of players just go through their warm-ups and some stretches. It is very hot here in Georgia. The temperature reads at a nice warm 30 degrees Celsius, just over 80 Fahrenheit. The umpire signals to the scorers and waves the arm, and we're off and running. A bit of movement initially here for the bowler, and the ball turned away to third. So left arm seam to start with. Jainal Patel and Sunil Patel. We were just mentioning the 7 wickets between them for 46 runs in 5.5 overs, and they have been entrusted with the responsibility of opening the batting. And if they bat anything like they bowl, I tell you that 205 will be in danger. Required run rate of over 10. Nice slower delivery. Sagar Patel is the one bowling, and just the 1 run from his first delivery, and a hint of movement. And again, there is that strong breeze that's moving across left to right to left, I beg your pardon, on the screen. It's not as pronounced as it has been during the course of the day. Here's one just tucked away on the leg side. Is going to beat that fielder at mid-wicket and run into the boundary now. So the first boundary in the batting innings of the Rising Stars. And they're now up and running, you would think. Off the bat of Sunil Patel. fielder has now been placed on that deep mid-wicket boundary, and it's gone in his direction. Is he going to catch it? No, he's not, because it's cleared not just the boundary rope, but it's cleared him as well, and up onto the hill in the direction of ground number 4. So placing the fielder out there, and it has not made any difference. It was drifting wider of that off stump, and he just swung the arms with a free swing, did Sunil Patel. In swinging Yorker, and he's bowled him, cleaned him up, and a measure of revenge extracted here. And Sagar Patel has some revenge. A massive swing into the right-handed batter. He can't believe it. But I tell you, Sagar Patel will tell you he was bowling for that all along. I think it deserves another look. That was some prodigious in-swinging movement there. And again, that breeze right to left of your screen probably helping that prodigious swing. And the first wicket down, 11 on the board, not what the Rising Stars would have wanted, because you're chasing a score in excess of 200. Early wickets is not what you require. Sunil Patel, after a lovely pull shot, or a lovely flick shot through mid-wicket for 4, has now been undone by Sagar Patel. An in-swinging Yorker. And that in-swinging Yorker has brought us to the end of the first over. The end of the first over, 11 coming from it. But the all-important wicket of Sunil Patel. $11 for 1 after 1. That required a run rate still hanging in and around that 10 runs to the over mark. And Dev Patel has joined Jainal, and another quick delivery. And what did that come off of? The umpire taps the leg, so it was a leg byes. And just waving the arms gets this, the attention of the scorers. So a leg by, and Dev Patel is still not off the mark yet. Sunny Patel from this commentary booth end. Guided into the offside, and just the opening of the face of the batter on impact gets it behind the point. There is a third man fielder in position, fielder at third, and you're offside, mid-off, extra cover, point, third on the boundary. This one cut away, and brings that man at third into play. And then on the leg side, there's a man at fine leg and one at square leg, and there's your mid-on. So a heavy onside, a heavy offside set field tells you what the bowler will be doing, and he will be predominantly in that corridor. That corridor we always talk about, the one just outside the off stump, 4th, 5th stump line, possibly a sixth stump line. Of course, the batter batting on off stump, realizing that there's an edge. Is there an edge? There's not an edge. But after an over with the deliveries outside that off stump, just holding the line and leaving the batter on occasion, that a final delivery of the over, cutting the batter in half, coming back into him. And the end of the second, it's now 14 for 1. Shy at the stumps to start the third over. 14 for 1 at the start of the third over. And Sunil Patel, the batter, out at 10 from 5 deliveries, a 4 and 6. And then he was bowled by a booming in swinging Yorker from Sagar Patel. And the Rising Stars B under the pump a bit here, requiring 10.71 to the over. They're going at just under 7 to the over. So he's looking to drive. No timing on it. A good tumbling stop from Patel there in the mid-off region. And it is Sagar Patel himself who is continuing with the bowling. And why not? Your first over, you picked up the breakthrough, albeit that the over went for 10 with a score of 205 on the board. In swinging delivery again, and this one runs down to fine leg, picked up by Patel, coming around from backward square leg. With a target of 205, you are allowed just a bit of leeway, I think, as a bowler. Usually you look at the economy rates of bowlers across different formats, and of course less is best when it comes to economy rates of a bowler. When the required run rate is borderline on 11, you as a bowler, even if you go for 10 runs and over, you will take that, at least in the early going, especially if you're taking wickets. Another in-swinging Yorker here from Patel, and it's turned away to the leg side. And with that breeze that from time to time it's just a gust of wind that comes across the playing facility from the highway side. This one just holding its line. This one holding its line as it goes by the bat, but you can see there a bit of a hint of movement once again from from Sagar Patel. It's always known, it's generally known that left arm bowlers will tend to a bit of an errant throw here, will allow them to come back for the second run. And left arm bowlers are known for getting what is known as a natural left arm swing. That over completed there from Sagar Patel. 10 in his first over, 8 in this one. 2 overs, 1 for 18. The end of the third, halfway through the power play, 21 for 1. And the required run rate itching ever closer to that 11 run mark. It's expected that Sunny Patel will continue from this commentary box end. And indeed, it looks like Sunny Patel. his first over, just going for 2 runs. This one through the offside and through the gap at point. A boundary here. And this is definitely going to help the cause of the Rising Stars B. In the air again, but into the gap. Is that big gap at backward point? Of course, he has the cover of having a third in place, a fielder at third. Does Sunny Patel. And the dilemma here, as he lets this one go by actually, the dilemma here for Dev Patel and Jainil Patel is that you've lost an early wicket, and you have a big score in front of you, so there's that need with a run rate required of 10.8, there's that need to go hard and get boundaries, but you definitely want to be doing this as well, in being watchful and ensuring that you don't lose too many wickets too quickly. And this is good from Patel, realizing that even in being watchful, you got to keep the scoreboard ticking over. Backing away and guided to the point fielder, chance of a run out, and again the wicketkeeper does not collect, and that allows them to go back for a second run. And strikers will need to be aware on the other side of the fence that even though you have 200 plus on the board, simple errors in the field can mean the difference in you not just losing momentum in your fielding effort, but losing the game in the end. Backing away again, and this time a better throw on this occasion from that man at point. The score now moving on as we come up on the end of the 4th over. Moving on now to 29 for 1. Jainil Patel not out on 13 from 11, and Dev Patel not out on 5 from 8. 2 overs, 18 runs, 1 wicket for Sagar Patel, who's possibly going to be getting his 3rd over here. And Sunny Patel, 2 overs, none for 10. So it's not going to be Sagar Patel. Sagar Patel, of course, bowling from that factory end, has been able to extract in his 2 opening overs prodigious and copious amounts of a swing, especially in swing as a left arm bowler coming over the wicket, in swing to the right-handed batters. And Patel will take up the attack from the factory end. Right arm, a bit of extra bounce here on this occasion. Trickles away to the man at 45. And Uday Patel it is, bowling from the factory end now, replacing Sagar Patel. Still 177 runs needed in 16 overs. Run rate now officially required over 11. Struck on the pad. Did it strike him on the pad, or was there a bit of bat involved? We'll wait on the umpire to see. And struck the bat, and on the way through, at the initial glance, it looked like it hit him on the pad and trickled onto the offside. loud call of no from the non-striker. So that dilemma of going hard but also conserving wickets, because you look at that innings of 205 from the strikers, and you really, it's really built on the two half centuries and a couple of cameos, but they were bowled out in 17.5 overs, the strikers. Will they rue the fact, bit of a misfield here, but will they rue the fact that they did not bat out their 20 overs? Almost a cardinal sin not to bat out your 20 overs in this format. Neville Patel and Rupal Patel, the ones with the half centuries, and then cameos from Bhavin. Steady at the top from Parthiv. Those are the only batters to get in double figures. Another major point in that 205 was the fact that the Rising Stars bowled many an extra delivery. They bowled some 18 wides in their innings and 2 no balls, and possibly could have been more. There were 2 marginable full tosses that the umpire's estimation it was dipping below the waistline, and at the end of 5, 33 for 1. Short and pulled. It's gonna pass that fielder at 45, but it doesn't have the legs to get into the boundary. A couple of runs to start the final over of the power play, and at the end of their power play, the Rising Stars at the end of their power play, the strikers, I beg your pardon, was 72 for 1. Of course, they already had a couple of big overs in their batting line, in their batting effort. In the end, they got some 56 runs in boundaries and 78 runs in maximums. Backing away again is Patel. Guides another one into the offside. 78 runs in maximums and 56 runs in boundaries. 16 fours and 13 sixes. So quite the Herculean effort. So far the Rising Stars B only have 1 6 and 2 fours, and generally that's that can be telling in the final analysis. This one just sneaking on the bat. Will it be given as bias, or did it take an edge off the bat? The umpire is unmoved, so it did take a bit of an inside edge on its way through. past the wicketkeeper. Final delivery coming here of the power play. And still, they'll sneak a run here, shy at the stumps. Good effort by the wicketkeeper. Wide and one, so 41 now, and still one legal delivery to go in the power play. 72, remember the strikers were. This one is squeezed away through extra cover, and it's picked up just meters in front. A good throw. Loud appeal. And the umpire has actually given him. He's given him. I thought he was safe. But of course, I'm sitting all the way beyond the boundary. Here's the shot. Squeezed through point. And stopped just about 5 meters in front of the boundary. The throw coming in. And let's see here. In and it's difficult for us to tell from straight on. But I'll tell you something. The umpire is well positioned in that square leg area. And he has definitely a far better view than I do. So another wicket going down here, and there's that dilemma once again. You want to score runs, and even here you're chancing a second run on the throw because you know you need not just boundaries but to keep that scoreboard ticking over. And the umpire giving it out. And I don't think even if our producers were to slow down the run and the touchdown of the bat in the crease, I don't think it's going to show anything different. We definitely can't tell from where we're sitting. But a good work nonetheless from the wicketkeeper. Definitely good work from the wicketkeeper to get that one hand up, collect, and bring that left hand back around to the wicket and break the stumps. So 42 for 2 now at the end of the power play. Some 31 runs adrift and 1 wicket more going down for the Rising Stars B as compared to what the power play score was for the strikers. And that required run rate now itching all the way up close to 12 to the over, and that's when it's going to start to get even more worrisome, because 2 runs per ball, it might just be 2 sixes per the over, but that's easier said than done, and 2 runs per ball is a lot harder, not just in execution but mentally. It can play on the mind of the batters and create that added pressure. So Uday Patel it will be. Yes, Uday Patel from the factory end. One edge to pass the wicketkeeper coming down towards me, and it will cross the boundary right in front of the commentary booth. And a boundary for Dev Patel to start the 7th over. A nice looking shot all along the carpet. And he signaled it to the dressing room that he wants a change of bat. Don't know why you would change your bat when you're hitting shots like that. In fact, it was an outside edge past the wicket keeper. Slip goes into play now. This one guided offside. Good pick up, good throw, hits the stumps, another appeal, and the finger goes up. Another run out here. They are starting to crumble like a cookie. A lovely bit of a out cricket there from the strikers. Guided into the offside. Lovely one-handed pickup, running around the ball. And it's funny because the wicketkeeper who was attempting to collect the ball, and his misfield allowed it to hit the stumps. If he had collected the ball, the wicketkeeper, it's quite possible that the run out would not have been affected or effected. In fact, you go guided into the offside, and yeah, he just missed the ball, and going down the wicketkeeper to get the ball, he just missed it. Probably took a brush off of the glove, but nonetheless, this is some wonderful out cricket here from the strikers. They may have that cushion of a score in excess of 200, but they are putting on a fielding clinic at the present moment. 2 runouts in the space of a couple of overs, and they are definitely now on top in this one if they weren't before. Guided again offside and down to third. So 7 overs are now complete, 46 for 3. And Rajan Patel and Sunny Patel effecting 2 runouts in the first 7 overs here, and have definitely put the Rising Stars B on the back foot. 3 wickets going down. Not yet 50 on the board. A couple of runs here, and singles and twos will keep the scoreboard ticking over, but it will not get them anywhere near that required run rate that has now officially gone up over 12 runs to the over. Struck back past the bowler, coming down our way, and it will be picked up by the fielder at long off, and another couple of runs. Wide signaled here. Swung away and past the wicketkeeper. It's a run down all the way close to the boundary. They'll come back for 2, and again, attempting to get more than just 2 runs. It's definitely a challenge for this Rising Stars B team. Those couple of runs in succession, bringing up the 50. Swung away in the air. It's cleared our commentary box, and the lofted hands from the umpire, and that's another maximum. In fact, it's only the second maximum for the Rising Stars B. They'll need a lot more of those if they get anywhere close to this 205 set by the strikers. Dev Patel is doing all he can, really giving it his all here. 28 from 24, a strike rate of 116. But as we come to the end of the 8th over, and the score now 60 for 3 at the end of 8, they'll need someone to do what the strikers had in their men Nivel Patel and Nrupal Patel, who both got half centuries. But the important part of their half centuries, their strike rates were 222 and 247. And from here on out, the Rising Stars B, they're going to need a couple of batters to get somewhere in that vicinity in terms of their batting strike rate. As it stands, Sunil Patel strike rate was 200, but he only faced the 5 deliveries. Jainal Patel 113, he faced 15 deliveries, and Dev Patel, who's there now, 112 his strike rate. He's already faced 25 deliveries, so it's getting tougher and tougher by the minute, by the delivery, by the moment. Looking to cut is Mani Patel, who's come to the wicket in the mess that has been a forgettable day, if you will, for this Rising Stars B team. Of course, a forgettable day up to this moment. I'm in no way calling the victory one way or the other. But Mani Patel has come to the crease. He's facing up to Nrupal Patel. We were just talking about Nrupal and his half century, his strike rate of 240 plus. Chance of a run out again, and safely home in the end. Nrupal Patel, who is bowling a strike rate of 247. Now giving it a go with the ball in hand. He takes a couple of wickets here, and I tell you, he's going to put his name in the hat for player of the match in this one. Pull leg side. And it races away across the boundary. 4 more good-looking runs here. And definitely Dev Patel giving it his all. Mani Patel getting into the act. And a couple of boundaries bringing up the end of the 9th over. 6 runs coming from that over, 66 for 3. And that's not going to be enough by a long stretch of the imagination. breeze continues to grace us with its presence here at the Paramvir Sporting Complex. Just up the way, about an hour up the way north from Atlanta Metro and the city of Atlanta in Georgia. Just about 15 minutes, 10 to 15 minutes away from the beautiful small town of Cartersville. Just a few minutes away from the town of Kennesaw and the towns of Kennesaw and Marietta, Woodstock. A beautiful state this is, Georgia. Full toss, is it above the waist high? We'll wait for the umpire. And there's no signal from the umpire, so that says it's safe. We have the benefit of looking at it again, looking to flight the ball, and to me he's on bended knee, so that has to be taken into consideration when you're looking at whether the ball was above the waist high or not. Again, the umpires have had a wonderful game so far, though they've had some easy decisions to make, but they've had some decisions to make. A couple of LBWs and a couple of runouts, definitely. But they've had a wonderful game, the umpires, floating this one up. This one should be called a no ball, and it is. This one is well above the waist high here. There's no question about this one. So there will be a free hit. This one well over the shoulder. The free hit only costing one run. And I guess this goes back to the discussion earlier that with a score of upward of 200, you're allowed a little bit of a leeway as a bowler. Oh yeah. Even a free hit, even if that free hit had gone for a boundary or a maximum, at this stage it definitely would not have put a dent in the score, whether the required run rate or the number of runs is still required for victory. And the converse of that coin, with 137 still needed in 10.5 overs, the converse of that coin is that as a bowler or any professional cricketer, getting into good habits is always what your focus should be. Because in this game, and most any sport, and when you're physical, and sport is about physical activity, there's that thing called muscle memory, and your habits along with the muscle memory. You don't want to be dropping too many catches, you don't want to be bowling too many wides or no balls in the air, and it's going into vacant space, but it will be picked up in front of the boundary, going back for the second, and a chance at the stumps, looking for the third, but the non-striker, as you realize, is out of your frame. He's run well past the stumps, and that would bring us to the midway point. And at that halfway point, 73 for 3. At the end of 10 overs, the strikers were 124 for 3. Halfway mark in the run chase, the Strikers versus the Rising Stars B, and 73 for 3, pursuing 206 for victory. They are 133 runs adrift of their victory target, the Rising Stars B, and requiring a further 13.3 runs to the over. Dev Patel, 33 from 30, is giving it his all. Speaking of which, on resumption after the water break, swings one down to deep mid-wicket, doesn't get the full connection, and will only get himself a couple of runs here. Mani Patel comes on to strike. In fact, it's Mani Patel with those couple of runs. And Dev Patel on 33 from 30 at the non-strikers end, wide called here and signaled by the umpire. And again, reminiscent or it just points in the direction of that discussion before the water break of developing good habits, better delivery. The umpire calls wide. Again, he's in the better position than I am. He probably does have better eyes than I do as well. But as a bowler, even if you're in front of the game, you don't want to be conceding too many wides and too many no balls. You get into those bad habits, and then you end up in a game where it's a tight one. And because of those habits you've developed over time, even in a short tournament like this, you end up giving away the game because of those bad habits. It's also about being clinical. And this is something that from a captaincy perspective and a leadership perspective, the onus is definitely on the skipper to talk to his charges and let them know, hey, we got to be clinical. This one is in the air, is going down towards the man at long on, but as you realize, the umpire's arms are raised aloft, and the man down there is just a mere bystander as it's going over the boundary. So 6 runs, welcome runs for the Rising Stars. .84 for 3. They'll need more than just a couple more of those type of big hits. Yeah, 13 sixes, 78 runs and sixes from the Strikers when they batted. And 16 fours, this one tucked into the leg side. 16 fours, 13 sixes. Presently the Stars, the Rising Stars, only have 3 sixes. And 4 fours. So the end of another over, the end of the 11th, it's 85 for 3. The Rising Stars still needing 121 from 9 overs. So with 121 still needed, Darpan Patel comes into the attack from the commentary booth end. And just an easy single. Darpan Patel, first time into the attack. Replacing Parthiv Patel from this end. Parthiv Patel is 1 over going for 7 runs. Be interesting to see if the captain replaces Nrupal Patel from the other end. His 2 overs going for 18 runs. In the air, where has this gone? The fielder is on it, and neither of them can get there. It went high in the air, and it just fell into no man's land. Fielders converging. One at extra cover and one at long off, and neither of them could get there. And you get the sense that the batters realize that they have to get going. Patel, Dev and Patel Mani, they do realize that they have to get going. Lovely shot along the carpet, and it's trickled away though. Nice looking shot, just for 1. Dev Patel 42 from 37. Mani on 11 from 15. You get the sense now with a few expansive shots in this 12th over. They're looking to get going. Bowled him! Middle stump goes for a walk, and the 4th wicket is down. Bit of a hop and a skip as he gets into the crease, but that doesn't matter. The end result is what matters. Top of a middle stump from Darpan Patel. Ends his first over, just 3 runs from the over, and an all-important wicket of Mani Patel. 4 wickets now down at the end of the 12th over, 88 for 4. And the Rising Stars look to be all out of sorts and heading like a full bus into the losing category in this second game on ground 3 on day 1 of the LPS tournament. So unlike the first game of the day from this ground 3 on the Paramveer Sporting Complex between the Dallas Metro and the Canadian 11 that ended in a 3-run victory for the Metro. This one seems to be a lopsided affair between the Rising Stars B and the Strikers, with the Strikers looking comfortably set here now as Sandip Patel comes into the bowling lineup. And there's still some 117 runs required. Just the 47 now, 46 deliveries in which to do so. In fact, 116 single, the result of that inside edge past the wicketkeeper. And again, you can see the big shots as Snehal Kumar Patel has joined Dev Patel. That wicket was off the last delivery of the 12th over. That fourth wicket. And Darpan Patel taking that fourth wicket. A wide signal, so Sandip Patel. There's the 2 runs now, the wide in the over. It's been steady. Looking to keep it wicket to wicket. This one a full toss, swung away, but there is cover on the deep square leg boundary. There is the signal now from the umpire. So it is another no ball in this encounter. We've had quite a number of extras in this encounter today, haven't we? First by the Rising Stars when they bowled, and now back live, the free hit not conceding or not costing anything for the strikers. Possibly a bit of cramp here for the non-striker. That we've had quite a number of extras in each of the innings. Just a few of the players taking this opportunity as the non-striker Dev Patel just seems to be having just a bit of cramp. Possibly it is, as I mentioned earlier, quite the hot day here in the back end of the American summer, the back end of the summer in the northern hemisphere, the back end of the winter in the southern hemisphere. So good early morning to you if you're looking on from all the way Australia and New Zealand and other parts of the southern hemisphere. It seems to be all right now, and we can then continue. One delivery to go in the over. Swung leg side. In between the wide long off and the deep mid wicket fielder, but just 1 run. And that should bring us to the end of the 13th over, is it? Yes, it is, in fact, the end of the 13th over. And with the 7 overs remaining, 6 wickets in hand, the Rising Stars at 94 for 4 are still 112 runs adrift of that target of 206. So Darpan Patel continues, having taken a wicket off of the last delivery of the last over that he bowled. That that wicket of Mani Patel. Straight through him. Half of an appeal by the wicket keeper. But nothing doing there. Darpan Patel, 1.2 overs, 1 for 3. He's already bowled some 5 dot balls. And this is exactly what we're talking about in terms of building good habits. You can see here from Darpan that he's keeping it simple, just really sticking to his basics and keeping the ball stump to stump and just in that corridor of uncertainty just outside the off stump. And he's putting the ball on the right spot, right in that good length. This one, a half volley, is struck all the way coming down here in front of us, and it's a runaway straight as you like, just as I was talking about developing good habits and how simple and how well Darpan Patel has bowled. He's offered up a half volley, a juicy half volley that Patel has just leaned into and helped himself to 4 runs. And speaking of that, he's now bowled one down the leg side. It's a runaway for 4 and not given us wide. He got inside the line of the ball, so that would mean having moved all the way across his stumps, the umpire not giving it as a wide. Probably passing just over leg stump. Yeah, just over the stumps. He got well inside the line of the ball. In fact, it's a no ball because it didn't pitch on the cut strip. So the umpire just signaled that the no ball and the free hit was also well above the waist high. Driven powerfully, but straight to the man at extra cover. Yeah, so that full toss, in fact, here it is again. Yeah, well over the waist high. And then now some drinks coming out. In fact, he's been bowled. Would you believe it? And Darpan Patel has picked himself up another wicket. And in taking a look at that replay of the no ball, he bowled the free hit and then his subsequent delivery. In fact, he's not bowled. The umpire is just fixing the stumps. I thought he was bowled. Playing some tricks on us. So yes, indeed, he was bowled. And the new batter coming in is Akash Patel. And Dev Patel stands like the Lone Ranger. 44 from 41 deliveries. Floated up and bowled him. So 1 wicket brings another. And Akash Patel doesn't trouble the scorers. And in the space of a couple deliveries, Darpan Patel has himself a couple of wickets here. And it's definitely all falling away here. The end of 14 overs, 103 for 6 now. 14 overs completed, 103 for 6, the Rising Stars B, and 2 wickets in that previous Darpan Patel over, 1 a run out of Kumar Patel, Snehal Kumar Patel, and then the wicket of Akash Patel, bowled by Darpan Patel. Into the 15th over, the first delivery, just yielding a 1 run. And it is Monty Patel. This one struck away all the way over the boundary for 6 good-looking runs there. Dev Patel just continuing along his merry way. Has now moved on to 46 as Monty Patel has joined him. In fact, that 6 brings up his 50-52 for Dev Patel. And Ashish Patel, in fact, not Monty, is Ashish Patel. He's stuck out like a sore thumb, has Dev Patel, as he gets another one over the boundary rope as easy as you like. He's just middling the ball while others have struggled to really get bat on ball, and celebrates his 50 with another maximum, a slow delivery, and he just meets it on the half volley and clears the fielder down there at long on. And Dev Patel is soldiering on. And just a bit of debris blowing across the ground, blowing across the pitch. Straight back hand of the bowler gets in the way, and Dev Patel has been the lone ranger in this innings. He seemed to be batting on a different surface to all his mates, because 58 from now 46 deliveries, and although it's nowhere close as we come to the end of the 15th over, 117 for 6, he doesn't have anywhere close to that strike rate of a 247 like a Nupral Patel, or 222. Of a Nival Patel, but definitely he's soldiered on here, and he's added good impetus and a bright spot, if you will, for what in the final analysis, when we get to that point, will probably be a sorry batting card. As it stands, 10 from 5 from Sunil Patel, 17 from 15 from Jainil Patel, naught for Kishan Patel, 11 from 16 for Mani Patel, 6 from 9 from Snehal Kumar Patel, and none from 1 for Akash Patel. Ashish Patel still to get off the mark, and it's just that 58 from 47 so far, with 5 overs remaining, that stands out like a beacon in the open Atlantic Ocean. Darpan Patel has now decided that he's had enough of running in hard and bowling pace, and he's decided he's going to bowl leg spin, and the leg break touching down just about middle stump and turning away from the right-handed batter back onto his off stump, and wicket number 7 goes in the favor. Yes, it's almost a leg spinner's dream. Touching on middle and just enough turn with the drift to get back and touch the top of off. 7 wickets now down, and you can't keep this man Darpan Patel out of the action. He now has his third wicket, and he still has an over and a half up his sleeve if his captain wants to use it. Of course, we may not get that far because the 7 wickets are now down, and it's been a struggle all the way through for these chaps of the Rising Stars B. Wickets falling, the first one at 11, the second one at 42, the third one at 46, the fourth one at 88, the fifth one at 103, sixth at 103, and the seventh now at 118. No real momentum into their batting innings whatsoever for the Rising Stars B team. Moving forward into this tournament, of course, it's a short tournament, just the four days, and limited round robin phase. Just 3 games you have in that round robin phase. Floated up, a full toss, and down the ground, just one. And what the Rising Stars B now have to start thinking about as Keaton Patel gets off the mark with that one down the ground is their run rate, because they seem to be going down to a hefty defeat here, and it's not all lost for them. They can still qualify for the playoffs and the knockout phase, wide called for one down the leg side. They can still qualify for that knockout phase later in the week, but their run rate, they will have to do a lot better with the bat the next time they take the field. What they can tell themselves here as well, they still have 4.5 overs to bat. They should be looking, even with just 3 wickets in hand. Floated up, another full toss, and it's gone down the ground over the head of the fielder at long on, and a maximum here will help the cause, and this is exactly what they need to do. They need to bat out their overs and get as many runs as they can get, so that they can have that opportunity to keep their run rate in a fixable position. And Darpan Patel has definitely been the pick of the bowlers here for the strikers, just as Dev Patel has been the pick of the batters, and the only batter really to stand up here for the Rising Stars. He definitely is a rising star. This one right up under the bat, and will bring to an end the third over for Darpan Patel. 3 wickets for 20 runs, Darpan Patel. And he still has a 1 over up his sleeve. And if I'm the captain of the strikers team, he's been my strike bowler today. I'm going all out. If the 3 wickets don't fall in this coming over here, this over number 17, if the 3 wickets don't fall now, I'm definitely going to Darpan Patel. And then you have a choice of Uday Patel, Sunny Patel, and Parthiv Patel, who have all gone for less than 8 runs to the over. Nrupal Patel and Sagar Patel have gone for 9 runs to the over, so you have your pick after that as we get into the 18th over. And Nrupal Patel it is who comes into the bowling attack, and goes for a single immediately. This one cutting the batter in half, almost coming back sharply at him. And Rupal Patel has done well today. 9 runs to the over, given that the required run rate at the start of the innings was well over 10. A slow delivery outside the off stump. The batter looks perplexed. Probably thought there should have been a wide called. In the air. Where has this one gone? It's gone past the wicketkeeper. It's coming down in front of the commentary booth again, and just the 1 run in the end. In fact, 2 runs in the end. Down the leg side, well taken by the wicketkeeper. 130 for 7 now. 74 needed in 20 deliveries. This one in the air. Is it going to get to him? No, just wide of the fielder at mid-off, running long off, I beg your pardon, running around. Not going to get there. And another boundary here for the man who stood out all on his own today, Dev Patel. Nice clean strike of the ball. It was definitely a half volley. Had to be said it was a bad ball, but it still had to be hit. And he's moved close to the 70s. Maybe he might want to hog the strike here a bit. Dev Patel, he's now 74. Maybe if he hogs the strike a bit for the next 2.5 overs, he may very well harbor thoughts of getting to a century. The last time I said that, the batter was on 80, and he got out in the following over. That was in the first innings when Nivel Patel was on 80. The end of the 17th over, and the Rising Stars be 139 for 8. So welcome back. It's now 139 for 8. That final delivery of the previous over, yielding a wicket here for the strikers. And the man effecting that run out of Dev Patel, Nrupal Patel, the bowler. And just as I say that, I was talking about him harboring thoughts of a century, probably hogging the strike a bit, farming the strike as it's known. And just as I say that, he got himself a run out. I guess trying to keep the strike indeed is what he was doing, Dev Patel, but take nothing away from the young man. 74 from 57, as we go into the final moments of this encounter, the 18th over in progress. Take nothing away from the man Dev Patel. He played well. 74 from 57. Exactly what you expect of your number 3 batter, to bat through as deep as you can, especially when you've lost a wicket or two early in your innings. And that's exactly what he did. They lost that wicket early in their innings at with 11 runs, I beg your pardon, on the board at the end of the first over, and he's managed to bat from the second over all the way down to the 17th over. That's good on him. He's really anchored the innings, and I guess I can sing some praises for him. I've been thoroughly entertained, and I know you have been too, looking at this young chap, Dev Patel. And possibly we may be hearing his name throughout this tournament as we come to the end of the 18th over. We may be hearing Dev Patel throughout this tournament, 143 for 8. We may be hearing his name sometime in the future, maybe, who knows, in other clubs or even in and around USA cricket. Thoroughly entertained by the young chap. 12 deliveries to go, 63 runs. It's all but impossible now with 31.5 runs needed per over. Probably need an over of 6 sixes and another over of 5 sixes, a couple of no balls and wides in the mix. The Rising Stars, they will want to get up over 150 at least, get as many runs as they can in these 12 deliveries, so that run rate, that net run rate doesn't take too much of a hit. It's already going to be quite a hit. Seem to be going down for in excess of 50 runs, the margin of defeat for the Rising Stars. Swung away, and there's a man down there. Montu Patel has now come to the crease to join Keaton Patel. Parthiv Patel and Sagar Patel just doing up the final duties here. Parthiv now into his second over. He's been good today as well, going for less than 8 runs to the over. Sagar Patel going for less than 8 runs to the over. You expect that Sagar Patel may very well get that final over. He does have an over up his sleeves. Full toss, and it's punched away into the leg side and picked up at the deep mid-wicket boundary. All academic at this point, but a lovely day of cricket we've had in this day one of the LPS tournament, hosted by the Paramveer Sporting Club. Of course, a pleasant good afternoon going out to Mr. Jayesh. Of course, tomorrow action at all 4 of the grounds in use at the venue. And here, the Dallas Metro A team at ground number 3 will be in action against the Rising Stars A team. Who knows, Dev Patel might get the call up to that A team tomorrow. This one struck at the pad, and albeit academic at this point, another wicket going down here, and Parthiv Patel has a wicket to his name, and it's now 148 for 9. Montu Patel not troubling the scorers much. Just the 3 runs from the 4 deliveries he's faced. And the last man in here now, Aman Patel, probably just wants to help his teammate Keaton. Just the two of them. Just see out the next 9 deliveries. Again, a run rate can be so important in tournaments, short tournaments like these, where you only play the 3 or 4 games in the round robin phase. So tomorrow, August 21st, tomorrow, Eastern Caribbean time at 10 a.m. Sorry, Eastern Standard Time at 10 a.m. It's going to be here at ground number 3, the Dallas Metro A team versus the Rising Stars A team. And then at 2:30 p.m. Eastern Standard Time, we're going to come back at that Dallas A team versus the Rising Stars A team is action in Group A. And then we're going to come back into Group B for a fixture between the Dallas B team, the Dallas Metro B team, and the Bartley Blasters. We're going to get a first glimpse of them tomorrow right here on ground number 3. And of course, you can keep it locked to Cricket 360 and 360 TV. Also, the Palmvere Facebook and YouTube pages, respectively, for all the action in the LPS 2024 tournament. And at the end of the 19th over now. Final 6 deliveries to come. 149 now for 9. Bowled him, has he? No, he's not. Missing everything. How did that miss? Well executed Yorker here. Parthiv Patel with the final over here. Quick one. Straight through. In fact, it's not Parthiv. Parthiv was just bowling the penultimate over. This one struck at the pad and given, and that will be it. The final wicket goes down. The score on 150. 150 all out in the final over, the Rising Stars B, and they will go down by some 55 runs to the Strikers. 150 all out. Strikers win by 55 runs in this the second game of the encounter. In the final analysis, it was the Strikers taking a strike first earlier today. And in batting first, the Strikers managed to put up a daunting 205, 23 from 22 from their opener, Parthiv Patel, 80 from 36 from their number 3, Neville Patel, 52 from 21 from Nurpal Patel, and a cameo of 11 from 9 from Bhavin Patel down to the end, aided and abetted by some 20 extras and in excess of 2 extra overs bowled by the Rising Stars B team. Their bowling, it was really Jainal Patel and Sunil Patel with 5.5 overs between them. Jainal 3 for 21 from 3, and Sunil 4 for 25 from 2.5 really helped the Rising Stars B keep the total of the Strikers down to 205 when it could have easily been 260, 270. And then when they had their turn to bat, the Rising Stars B team never got going. 10 from 5 from Sunil Patel when he opened. Looked like he was going to give it a go, but when he was bowled by Sagar Patel, it was all downhill from then on until the man, Dev Patel, stood up and like the Lone Ranger, he soldiered on, batting all the way from over number 2 all the way down to over number 17 and amassed 74 from 57 and showed some great promise 1-4 and 6 lusty sixes, all met at the middle of the bat and purest of timing. And his 74, the backbone of the 150, and it was Darpan Patel with 3 for 20 from his 3 overs, and Sagar Patel with 2 for 22 from his 3.3 overs. The pick of the bowlers for the strikers, earning them that victory by 55 runs as we bring to a close day number 1 on ground number 3 at the Paramveer Sporting Complex. Day number 1 completed now, and looking forward to day number 2, where tomorrow morning it'll be the Dallas Metro A team versus the Rising Stars A team, and then in the afternoon it'll be the Dallas B team versus the Bardeley Blasters. And you can keep it locked here to 360 TV and Cricket 360. Join us then. That's 10 a.m. Eastern Standard Time and 2:30 p.m. Eastern Standard Time. But for now, from the Paramveer Sporting Complex in the lovely sunny southern state of Georgia, it's so long and bye-bye for now until tomorrow.